Rosa on Sactown Sports. Off to go with Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Your home for the Oakland A's every weekend.
And it's swung on line to left center. Base hit, and the A's have won it on a walk-off line drive base hit to left center.
Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. The Sacramento Kings are facing the Golden State Warriors in preseason game number 4 of 5 tonight in San Francisco. Coverage begins at 5:30 p.m. here on Sactown Sports, with tip-off beginning with the G-Man at 7 o'clock p.m. In baseball, Game 3 between the Texas Rangers and Houston Astros is at 5 p.m. today. The Rangers won the first 2 games on the road, and the Astros are trying to be the first team in MLB history to come back from losing the first 2 games at home. Game 4 of the WNBA Finals between the Las Vegas Aces and New York Liberty is tonight at 5 p.m. If the Las Vegas Aces win tonight, they'll be the first back-to-back WNBA champions since 2002. Sacramento State football is back at home this Saturday night for a nationally televised primetime game versus the Montana State Bobcats. Kickoff is at 7:30 p.m. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com. Reminder, all guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Those are your headlines. Let's get started with Chris and Co. here on Sactown Sports.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
If you're feeling like a broadcaster, go on, bust your shoulders off. Chris is a broadcaster, too. Go on, bust your shoulders off.
Joe!
Sacramento! That was pretty good. Do that again?
Yo!
That's pretty damn good.
It's incredible.
That is really
Jay-Z
good.
is good, yeah.
No joke.
Do you do impressions in general?
No.
That is really, really good. I'm not just blowing smoke up here, you know what. Well, welcome
to start off the show right.
Yeah, there you go. Welcome into your hump day alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports. You can join the show if you want to talk about the disrespect that the Kings got that we touched on yesterday. We're past that now. We're moving on. But if you want to voice your anger, you may do so. Or if you just want to talk about getting ready for, it seems like, do the Kings only play the Warriors?
Yeah.
There are more than 2 teams in the NBA, right?
No,
30,
not here.
I thought.
No, for here, it's only because, travel's so difficult. They're just forget
so
it. Yeah,
hard.
We're just going to.
When you're laying down in a bed on a
so tough.
on a
It's
Jeep.
tough. It's really tough. Really, really tough. So, yeah, only play the Warriors because, you can drive over there.
Fair enough. We'll get you ready for that. Also, coming up at 10:15, avoids major injury. Now, I guess, if something happened and you called your loved one and they said, I avoided major injury, I guess that would be good, right?
It's good news.
I mean, I guess, but to just put that as a blank, I mean, not a lot more detail outside of avoided major injury.
Yeah.
So anyways, we'll do that at 10:15. That would be your running back for your San Francisco 49ers. But right now, and again, if you want to call in, text in 916-339-1140 on Twitter. I'm at Zach Sports, ZAK Sports. He is at Chris M. Watkins and Sactown 1140, Sactown Sports. We're on all of the interwebs. So right now we will get into it's the rivalry, which again, we just came off a 7-game series. Then we were at Golden 1 for Warriors Kings on Sunday. And now we're at Chase Center for Kings Warriors again. Going into this game, Chris, I ask you, what are you going to be looking for? I'll tell you what, from before they tip the ball off, I'm going to be looking at who's starting.
Yeah, for sure.
Start there, right?
It's
pun intended.
Yesterday, what Mike Brown said that there's only 2 guaranteed starters, and I think he also said yesterday with Duarte missing. I don't think we touched on that yesterday, but Duarte is going to miss the rest of the preseason. So it seems like Kevin Huerter. I believe Mike Brown said yesterday at practice.
Could be Sasha.
That Kevin Huerter. We don't know. Yeah, we don't know about the Harrison spot.
Joking.
We don't know about the Keegan spot either. I guess.
I know.
Allegedly, we don't know about the other spots either. So. That's you're definitely right. That's the first thing we should look at. Is Mike Brown going to continue to kind of tinker with that starting lineup, see if he can get some different guys in there, and then to build on that as well, will JaVale McGee play today? Obviously, didn't play on Sunday's game against the Warriors.
That was rest, correct?
It was. For all intents and purposes,
okay.
Yeah, it was a right wrist soreness, Zachariah. Okay? Things bumps and bruises happen.
I know.
Okay,
what did he have?
He was signing. He signed his check, and then he was like,
I got carpal tunnel syndrome. Yeah. But no, it should be. I mean, I guess what I'm going to be more looking at. I hope that more Warriors play because we didn't see Steph and we didn't see Day in the last game, which. Kind of, I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're not going to play the bulk of the minutes, but you'd still like to see them with
Chris
part
Paul,
of their best in the beginning. Chris Paul.
I doubt we see Clay just because of his injury history, and you want to keep him good for the regular season. Wiggins would be nice to see out there, but yeah, I mean, you understand why the Warriors might not go full tilt and play all their starters. Though if I'm not mistaken, the Warriors have played their starters before in the preseason. So I don't know why we just didn't get it on Sunday.
Well, I think what they do is similar. Remember, we had a conversation about this last week, I believe, when the Suns sat all of their stars,
right, yeah.
and then all of their stars played.
Yeah.
So I don't think that there's any rhyme or reason to anything.
Okay.
I think sometimes they're just like, maybe they had a hard workout,
right,
or a hard practice, Chris,
right.
So they don't play in that game
exactly.
or whatever, and then maybe they don't have that hard workout or that hard practice, so then they do play. I don't think there's really a rhyme or reason to it. I mean, I'm sure they pay a lot of people a lot of money to figure out when to do it and when not to do it. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if everybody played for the Warriors tonight.
Yeah.
And hopefully so, because I would like to see them.
Home game for them as well.
Yeah.
So maybe, they're trying to give their fans a good show. What'll be interesting too on the Kings side of things to kind of counteract with what the Warriors hopefully are playing all their guys tonight.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting to see how Mike Brown differs out the minutes tonight, because the Kings play tomorrow as well in Sacramento. So it's going to be interesting.
Which is weird. You have all these games spread out, and then you have a back-to-back
in the preseason. Like, what's the purpose? How are you supposed to gain anything from that?
I think it's
team?
Probably because the league knows that they don't care, and like we just talked about,
right?
There was no rhyme or reason for CP3, Draymond, and Steph to sit out on Sunday, and they might all play tonight. I don't know. I haven't seen the updates on that, but I think probably just in terms of that, as they go, if they don't care, we don't care.
Right.
So who cares if we schedule a back-to-back?
Yeah,
but you're right. It makes no sense on paper. When you're doing
ridiculous.
the preseason and you only have a limited amount of games, why would you have 4 days off and then a back-to-back?
Right, yeah. So I wonder if maybe tonight's the last night we see the starters, because it wouldn't really make much sense to overwork your starters on back-to-back nights. So if I had to guess, today would be the day where Mike Brown maybe goes a little bit more. If he would, I would assume today would be the day to go more all out with your starters, and then tomorrow just kind of make that a rest and reserves game where none of your big guys are playing, and you're essentially just throwing all 48 minutes to guys like Jalen Slauson and Keon Ellis and stuff like that to give them a good look. But that's really, I mean, we've talked in the past about the importance or lack thereof of the preseason. That's really, to me, all I'm really looking for is, and of course, just the things we've been looking at. How's Sasha look in terms of comfort? How's his defense look? How's Davion's shot coming along?
Shooting,
besides that, I mean, I'm not looking in these preseason games for any indication of what's going to happen in the regular season.
Well, let's hear from, for my money, the Kings' best player. ESPN would tell you that it's Domas, but let's hear from I mean, this is what's kind of the only disappointing thing going into this game, is that Duarte is going to miss the rest of the preseason, because I would have liked to have seen if Brown was going to put him back in the starting five. But it seems like the Kings' best player likes what he sees out of the guy.
I mean, I think what he does for us is good. I mean, he shoots the ball so well. He can really score the ball. And defensively, he's really getting after. He's being physical. Trying to keep the ball in front of him. He's communicating. He's doing everything that we need, and I think he's been really good out there with us. I mean, I think what he does.
Interesting.
So I'm not saying that he's advocating for him, and obviously you're always going to say good stuff about your teammates,
right?
So it's not like he's going to be like, oh, I really wish Herter would have been out there, and I don't really like what he brings. He's going to say good stuff, and I don't want to read too much into it. I'm not like psychic, but it did seem like he was speaking a little bit more than just saying good things about him, if you will. Sure. Or do you think I'm overreacting?
No, I mean, I think that I don't know what I don't know if De'Aaron's trying to make any point known or anything like that, but I think what he will acknowledge is the fact that Duarte does bring that physicality on defense. That's just a matter of fact.
It's true.
Yeah, it's just true. It's not necessarily.
Sometimes you're just saying facts.
Yeah, so
you're not campaigning.
It's not necessarily talking about what those guys don't do. Yeah. It's just saying, hey, this guy does in fact bring this level of intensity and defensive physicality that we don't really have in a lot of other places. And I think that's what's so intriguing for Mike Brown with throwing Duarte possibly into this starting lineup. Is that he does bring a defensive edge, and a lot of the times when you're throwing in those defensive guys into a lineup, much like a Davion Mitchell, it's at the expense of offense. And that's what I think so interesting about Duarte entering this lineup is, Yeah, like he's not Kevin Herter, and he's definitely not Malik Monk when it comes to the offensive end, but he's no slouch either. Like he can definitely get his points, and I think, I don't think you're losing all too much offensively for how much you're gaining on the defensive end.
Yeah, and so just looking at the schedule, they had, let's see, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Monday, Tuesday off, Wednesday today, and then a back-to-back tomorrow, and then that's it for the preseason.
Yep.
I would like to think that this game, number one, because it's Golden State, and that's the team that ousted you in the playoffs, and number two, because tomorrow's going to be a back-to-back, and it's going to be your last preseason game. I would like to think that this would be, out of all of the preseason games, this would be the game that you could glean the most from.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah. I would hope so.
And that's what makes the Duarte injury kind of frustrating.
Yeah,
because it would be interesting to see if he started him again.
Mm-hmm.
Again, how he played. He was very impressive in that game.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we will see at Chase Center tonight, 7 o'clock. Are we on national television again? Yes. We are. NBA TV, baby. I think this will be the most interesting game, at least for me, from a viewing standpoint, for the Kings moving forward before we get to the actual real games coming up here in about, a week?
Yes. Warriors. What is it? Warriors Denver and Lakers Phoenix is next Tuesday.
25th, right?
Yeah, 24th. 24th is like the NBA opening night.
So
and
6 days.
Yeah, Kings play on the 25th.
There you go. All right, coming up next, you always like to hear the news avoids, quote, major injury. But what exactly does that mean, and what does that mean going into this week? We will discuss as the Niners play Monday Night Football. You're listening to Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Can Mike Brown build on last season's Coach of the Year award? Can the Kings exceed 48 wins?
We will be better prepared to make the run that we expect to run come next playoff.
Tune into every Kings game this season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. Alongside Chris Watkins, I am Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports 1140. You can call or text the show, 916-339-1140. Check us out on YouTube. Jump in the chat. We are live streaming. Jess, who is a frequent member of the chat, said, man, I wanted to be first thumbs up for my guy, Zach.
Hey.
I think she feels bad because yesterday she said that I hated talking Sacramento Kings basketball, which couldn't be any further from the truth. Light the beam, baby. I love talking Kings basketball. But, she's up in there. Manny's up in there.
Hey.
He's frequently up in there.
He is.
Coming up, bottom of the hour, NBA 2023 season talk. We could do like 5 shows on this because I think we got through maybe 2 of our bullet points yesterday, and there's more. And something that you called, well, we called, I think, together, but now is confirmed. And I don't know that anybody's been talking about it. But anyways, we'll get to that. We'll go around the NBA for the season that's coming up. And as you said, just 6 days away, Chris, is where we're at. But right now, we will talk some Niners football and sauces. Christian McCaffrey avoids serious injury. And it says, according to Mr. Schefter, which, by the way, have I told you the story on air yet? Or did I do this in between?
About Schefter? No.
Okay, that he ran that story by the guy from Washington before. Yeah. So now that'll never leave my brain. Every time I see any report from him, not that he's not credible,
right?
Not that he's not great at what he does.
It's also not just him.
But that's a really bad job of doing journalism when you send a story to a person that it's about and says, does everything check out here?
Yeah.
To me, like all of your credibility goes out the window.
Yeah.
Anyways,
it happened. I hear you. I definitely hear you. I wish that it wasn't like that.
Doesn't that make you just question everything?
Schefter's not a journalist. He's a newsbreaker.
Yeah. I think that's just kind of like, I think that's
But he tries to be both, Kyle. He tries to be.
Yeah, he does try and be a journalist for sure.
Like, I bet you if you asked him, he would say journalist before he would say reporter.
But that doesn't mean I have to believe him, right? He can say that he's X, Y, and Z, but the evidence doesn't bear itself out.
It just makes me jaded when you send an article to somebody and say, does everything check out here? And you're supposed to be breaking news or making an actual article about it.
I definitely think Woj does the same thing, but I think that's how those guys get their relationships and keep them.
Not how it should be, though. Just because it doesn't mean that it should.
I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree. I don't want to be on the side of arguing for these guys. So, yeah,
okay.
I definitely agree with
All right. Well, McCaffrey, who suffered an oblique/rib, as we talked about. We don't know if it's back. We know that it's here. If you're looking on YouTube. I am reaching to my ribs and my lower back. Somewhere in there. In the loss to the Browns, he underwent an MRI on Monday. Left tackle Trent Williams' right ankle and wide receiver Deebo Samuel's shoulder also have a chance to play in Monday night's game. Now, I think that you and I both agreed yesterday, if they're anywhere close to, anywhere far away from 100%, they shouldn't play.
Yes.
I'm talking even.
I was thinking that too. Yeah, like
what percentage would you go? I would say
like if you're not 95%.
That's where I was going to go. 95 and below, sit out.
Yeah.
Because there's no need. As you are Minnesota insider, this shouldn't be a game that they should be overly worried about. But when you see avoids long-term injury, it means that it's not drastic, right? As in, if this was the Super Bowl, he would play.
Right.
But it still doesn't mean that it's not something that could be aggravating and get re-injured even further moving forward. To me, this is going to be probably a story that you're talking about for probably multiple weeks.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have to be something that's monitored and kept track of, and probably something that if I had to guess, he's going to miss time for it again, whether it be, at a crucial moment in the season, or if it's just like, hey, let's give him the last 2 weeks of the season off so that this doesn't become a reoccurring thing. It would surprise me if it doesn't linger throughout the season. And I was doing some, I wouldn't say research, because that would kind of seem like I was, learning anything. But from what I gathered, from what I was just kind of briefly looking into the injury, it's not even really, we were talking yesterday about how it might affect him. It's not so much he's going to get hit there or he's going to land on the turf kind of thing, and any sort of actual body movement is what's going to affect him. And you could imagine with a guy who's as physical as Christian McCaffrey is, just the amount of punishment that he personally deals out, but also obviously just his elusiveness is probably going to be impacted pretty severely by an injury like this. And so with that, again, it's like you have so many good running backs behind him almost for this exact reason. It just feels like
they can't do what he does, though.
No. Oh, no. Not even close. Elijah Mitchell and JP Mason are no replacement for what Christian McCaffrey does, but those guys are more than capable of being productive enough.
And to your point, this is why you have those guys.
Exactly.
Really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not for a long-term thing. It's not for a big game type of situation. Right. It's for if CMC has to miss a week or two.
Yep. And that's exactly what this situation is. And you would hope that the Niners they take it easy, because again, there's not really any reason to go out there and risk further injury for a win against the Vikings. Like, it's just not going to mean much. You have your bye week 2 weeks from now. Just go into that bye week as healthy as you can, use it as a week of recovery, and really don't worry about your record at this point. Again, like we know how good this 49ers team can be. It's great that they showed that early in the season. Now it's just about staying healthy. And then at the end of the season, those last 3 or 4 weeks, it's about ramping it back up so that you're peaking at the right time heading into the playoffs.
Although I will say, and we'll talk about this throughout the show, other teams, they're not that far off of the mark now. With that loss now, you do have to think about home field advantage. And with the NFL playoff schedule being as weird as it is, only one team gets a bye.
Yep.
And you definitely want it if you can get it. The Niners have shown they can win on the road or at home.
Against anyone.
But, it'll be interesting because this game, as you said, the Vikings have not been great all year long. But you could catch an L on the road.
You definitely
Nevada doesn't think so.
Yeah.
They are a touchdown favorite, which means if you're the home team, you usually get a field goal.
Yep.
So, really, they're 10-point favorites is what they're saying. And that's with question marks in 3 areas that are very important that may or may not play the game. But I hate to go back a couple of weeks, but the Cowboys are always in the news, and it's our job, Chris, to give the people what they want. The people consume Cowboy football. And here's Micah Parsons talking about those injuries.
I just don't condone the bashing of Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys and have the same energy for the Eagles. We want the same energy for everybody because there's a whole bunch of bashing when it's Dak Prescott, but not the same when it's the Eagles. I got time today. A lot of people said the Browns defense was overhyped. I said the Browns are the real deal. Acho said this, which pissed me off. I'm not worried about the 49ers. They were missing Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. The Browns were missing Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb. They were missing them key factors before the game even started. So why is it that we are just scrubs and we're nobodies that don't deserve to be on the field and we're just all talk? But there's 100 excuses for these other teams. If y'all just want to hate Cowboys Nation, just say y'all hate Cowboys Nation. I'm tired of people trashing my quarterback. I'm tired of people trashing my team.
Okay. Wow. First of all, nobody called them scrubs and trash.
Nobody said the Cowboys should get off the field.
Just that they got exposed as not being as good as the 49ers. Now, what he alluded to in terms of the injuries, he's absolutely right. The Browns, which is part of why I was on my high horse saying that the Niners were going to win comfortably. I still, by the way, is today Wednesday?
Yeah,
okay, now I'll accept the loss.
Now?
Yeah,
okay.
Gotcha. Monday and Tuesday, I was still comfortable.
It was under review.
Yeah, I was still feeling comfortable that the Niners were going to win. But it's true. They were missing their starting quarterback, and Chubb is arguably outside of CMC, the best running back in the game, and they were missing him too. So, there's injuries that played a factor for both teams in that game, and the Browns came out on top. And as he said, they've got a great defense, and I don't think anybody was disputing that going into the game.
No, I don't think so either. But it is interesting, and I'm not trying to discredit the Niners' wins, but it is interesting, something that needs to be brought up, that they have been pretty fortunate with who they've played so far in the season and the injury luck that they're getting, including this coming week playing against the Vikings.
With no Jefferson.
Who don't have Justin Jefferson, who's incredibly key to their offense.
Yep.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. Again, you play who's in front of you. And
of course.
It's not like, for the most part, those injuries have really played an effect in the games. Like maybe you can argue that Saquon missing that Giants game might have impacted that game.
That's a big deal.
But even
have
then,
you seen the record with Saquon on the field and
for sure,
without? Yeah.
For sure. But I think those games were still far enough out of reach to where the Niners still probably pull through. But it is, again, it's just something that does need to be mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, coming up next, bottom of the hour, we will go around the NBA. Oh, man. I hate feeling old, but sometimes you're felt old when players coming up in the game talk about watching other players when they were kids. So we will do that. Plus, Hero, I think, man, for all you fantasy basketball guys out there,
yes, sir,
I would say Hero, I would pick him higher than where he's projected to go. Because I think, the old chip on the shoulder.
Yeah.
I think Hero's got a big one. So we'll discuss that and much, much more coming up next. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down in a heartbeat. So remember to be a little more alert on the road and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
If you finally decided it's time to purchase a new Mercedes-Benz, the family owners of Mercedes-Benz of Stockton are offering select vehicles like the Mercedes-Benz C and E-Class sedans and the all-electric vehicles at 3.99% APR for up to 72 months for qualified buyers. Your new Mercedes awaits you just 45 minutes from Sacramento, right off I-5. See why we make buying the finest car in the world a special event you'll never forget. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BC. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Actual Pi customer.
As a small business, we're always looking for ways that we can offer the quality product and get some cost savings.
Meet Michelle from J.J. Pfister Distilling Company, a small business in California. When looking for workers' comp coverage tailored to the company's needs, she discovered Pi Insurance.
We heard about Pi Insurance being geared for a small business, gave Pi a call, and ended up switching.
Is your small business overpaying for workers' comp insurance? See how much you could save at trypi.com. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate, so your workers' comp audit experience is simplified.
We saved about 30% off of our workers' comp insurance when we switched to Pi.
It's as easy as pie to get the savings you deserve. What are you waiting for? Ask your agent for Pi. Or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain. As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
This is Dr. Pamela Maida, a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
Children especially benefit from arch supports as a sturdy and supportive foundation for their developing feet. If your kids have pain, then I recommend Youth Arch Supports from the Good Feet store.
Youth Arch Supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain in the feet, knees, hip, or back. If your child is physically active with sports, clubs, or even on the playground, they may benefit from the comfort and support found in Good Feet Youth Arch Supports.
I firmly believe that investing in Youth Arch Supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make to support their feet.
See how Youth Arch Supports can help with a free arch support fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. The Sacramento Kings are facing the Golden State Warriors in preseason game number 4 of 5 tonight in San Francisco. Coverage begins at 5:30 p.m. here on Sactown Sports. Tip-off with the G-Man is slated for 7 o'clock. Game 3 in baseball between the Texas Rangers and Houston Astros is today at 5 o'clock p.m. The Astros are trying to be the first team in MLB history to come back from losing the first 2 games of a series at home. And Game 4 of the WNBA Finals between the Las Vegas Aces and New York Liberty is tonight at 5 o'clock p.m. If the Las Vegas Aces win, they'll be the first back-to-back WNBA champions since 2002. Reminder that Sacramento State football is back at home this Saturday night for a nationally televised primetime game versus the Montana State Bobcats. Kickoff is at 7:30 p.m. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com. Those are your headlines. Let's return to more of Chris and company here on Sactown Sports.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. It is Sactown Sports alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. Check us out on YouTube. Won't you be so kind? We are live streaming. Just search Sactown Sports. You can call and be heard, or you can text and be read at 916-339-1140. Coming up at 10:45. I plead the fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth.
Everything you say.
Fifth. We have fun in the 40s, and there's a lot to go around. Calls, which I think is going to translate pretty well over radio. We'll find out together. But, man, some amazing games, and I know we're going back to last week, but I don't care because one guy, and we're professionals, correct, Chris?
We try to be.
I mean, yeah, in theory. But this one guy, it's just so obvious. He thinks that it's over. He thinks that it's bad news for his team. And then all of a sudden, it all changes. And his way, like, you're supposed to call the game as if you think that something good can happen.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't do that. Anyways, we'll get to that and much, much more fun in the 40s. But right now, here comes the basketball season. All you basketball heads out there, I saw some people on the YouTube chat, Chris, saying, couldn't we just do 4 straight hours of basketball talk? We could.
I feel like I could.
We could.
I really feel like I could.
But football is king, right?
Unfortunately.
I mean, like, that's what the ratings tell you.
Not in my world, but yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
as you say, the ratings, the numbers, they just they speak volumes.
It's
and
crazy.
It's not even close.
Like an NFL preseason game will do better than like an NBA postseason game. But you proved me wrong in terms of
At least
Sactown.
locally.
Sactown stand up.
Yes.
We asked, will you be watching the first Kings preseason game or the huge game, Niners Cowboys? And it came back 53-47.
It's close enough.
I had to eat
That's
crow
pretty much
on
a
that.
win for me.
Yeah,
You know,
are you kidding me? I would have thought it would have been 85-15.
Probably should have been.
But
Sacramento Kings home opener is going to be an event on Friday.
It's going to be
For
ridiculous.
sure.
It's going to be so insane.
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
They're lifting a banner. How many times can we say that?
They are?
I mean, I
Yeah.
assume so. I mean, they got to put
Are
the
you-
they got to put the
Did we
division
talk about
banner
this?
up there. What's that? The banner in general.
whether or not they should do that?
I don't
for
think
a-
so. I've talked about it in the past, but I don't
Okay.
think you and I have talked about it. It
All right.
feels like
I might have been on with Henry or Whitey or something like
Do
that.
we want to
but-
do it now, or do we want to push it later?
Yeah, let's push it for later.
Okay, we'll
All
push
right.
it later.
All right, let's
That's a
go
good
around.
choice.
Let's go around the NBA now, and let's just start with Chris. At some point, I know you're a youngster still, but you will get to my point. I'm not even that old. I'm 40, but you will get to
I'm
the
a man.
point. Yeah, I'm a man. You know, I actually. Oh my God, I'll send it to you when I leave today. One of my friends is an artist, and she painted me as Gundy
That's
at the
incredible.
podium
That's incredible.
for I'm a Man, I'm 40 for my 40th
That's
birthday.
incredible.
I'll send you a
I would
picture
want
of
that
it.
on my cake. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
That's incredible.
But you will get to a point, Chris,
I know.
where you're going to go, because I told you the first time I didn't ask for an autograph, because I'm a big autograph guy,
Mhm.
and I didn't ask for LeBron's autograph because I think he's only like 3 months younger than me.
Yeah.
I think he turns 40
That's
this
the wrong
year.
time for pride, by the way.
I know. Dumbest thing. I mean, it could have been anybody. It could have been like, JJ Redick.
Yep.
But no, I chose
Salazar
LeBron.
Pachulia or
And that's where I drew the line in the sand. But you will get to the
Messed up.
point where you feel old. Anyways, here's where I feel old. Okay. Scoot Henderson. God bless his soul.
Yeah.
Upcoming rookie. Should be looking like he's going to be a superstar
Yes, sir.
for the Blazers. Rooting for him. No problems with him at all. But he's talking about growing up watching Kevin Durant. And I'm like,
Yeah.
seriously? Growing up watching Kevin Durant?
Yes, sir.
How old is Kevin Durant?
36, 35,
I think
or
35.
36. Yeah. Has celebrity birthdays. Let's see.
Anyways, Chris, this is I shouldn't even have I should have erased this off of the rundown. But anyways, they asked him if he was going to be starstruck. Easy for you to say. And he said, quote, "Nah, I ain't starstruck. I ain't gonna be starstruck either." When asked if he would be going against Kevin Durant in the by the way, that was terrible by the Suns and the Blazers. Didn't play Nurkic or
Ayton. Yeah.
Didn't play either. God, I wanted to tune in just for that.
Yeah,
I saw that.
exactly.
And I mean, Beal, Durant, and Booker were playing, and I didn't want to watch it because I wanted to see that big man matchup. But when you hear that and you see that, like, how would you treat that? Let's take Chris Watkins and let's put him into a superstar lottery pick basketball player, and you're going up against a guy that you grew up idolizing and watching.
Yeah.
Would you be like? Because I know a lot of guys dealt with that in terms of Jordan.
Definitely. I mean, I definitely think I would be. And I kind of feel like I think Scoot's putting on a front there. I think it's the right thing to say. You don't want it to
fake
be
it till you make it.
Essentially, I mean, I think that it's natural to especially with those guys. Like, yeah, sure, you're not gonna freak out. You might not freak out seeing Andrew Wiggins or something like that, but you see Steph, you go against KD, you go against LeBron.
Yeah,
I'm sure there might even be a case for like Giannis or something like that. Like, I definitely think it'd be really tough, especially the first time. You might not be starstruck in the sense of like, oh my God, like I'm nervous to talk to him, but it might be your line, you're defending him for 3 seconds. And then you're like, oh my gosh, this is Kevin Durant. I'm about to get cooked because, that thought, you're obviously having supreme confidence in yourself, but I think that thought might run through your mind of like, oh my gosh, I'm going against
for sure
one of the best or the best player in my mind that, growing up was my favorite. I think that thought would have to cross
your point. Scoot Henderson was 8 years old when Kevin Durant played in his first NBA Finals.
Wow. In his first Finals, not even first NBA game.
Yeah, no. I mean, first NBA game, LeBron's first NBA game was before he was born.
Man. Yeah, I mean, but he's got to be cognizant of it in the very least. But I hear what he's saying. Maybe not starstruck. You're not going to change the way that you act or whatever. You're not going to be all, But, like, it made me think of AI crossing up Jordan.
Sure, right.
Because AI, a shooting guard, he had to have been looking up to Jordan his whole life, and he crossed him up, and that
or
will
like
forever
Jabari
be
Smith
famous.
Jr. last year had that moment where he told LeBron, like, "Hey, bro, like you played against my dad. Like your first game was against my dad. Like things like that, where it's just like you acknowledge the fact that it's just like I have literally been watching you since I was a kid, and
for sure,
in that moment where it becomes real and it becomes we're on the same floor kind of thing. I think it's a totally natural thing to feel starstruck or overwhelmed or just feeling the moment. I think that's totally okay. And I totally expect, especially someone like Scoot, to be like, nah, this ain't nothing.
And now let's move on to South Beach, Miami. Obviously, we've talked a ton about whether or not Dame Dollar was going to go there. A key piece in that was Hero, and a lot of people saying that the Blazers didn't want Hero, if not only because they already have people in their backcourt, but just they didn't think he was good enough. And I think he's going to have a huge, for all you fantasy basketball people out there, I think Tyler Hero is going to have a monster season. He's already having a pretty amazing preseason, and a lot of this coming from stuff like this. Per ESPN Zach Lowe, quote, from what I heard, the Heat looked at that situation and said, we don't think Bradley Beal, and this is talking about making the trade for Bradley Beal, who's 7 years older than Tyler Hero, is $30 million better than Tyler Hero. No. So they didn't make a deal for him, but they were certainly willing to make the deal for Dame Dollar. And a lot of people, like a lot of the rumors floating out there, was that Tyler Hero's not good enough. I think he's going to have a monster season. He's not the best defender, obviously, but I think he's going to have a monster offensive season.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I think last year he was.
He's got a weird look, by the way. Sorry, side note.
Is interesting.
His hair is. He's got some weird facial stuff.
He was up at 20 points per game last year and has been for the past 2 seasons.
Oh, that's his thing. He's guaranteed 20. I'm talking about he might be like over 25. That would be my bold proclamation.
It's all going to be on Tyler Hero. I mean, like, because he's clearly got the ability to put up the points, but it's going to be his attitude and how he attacks this season, because who's very aware that Tyler Hero was on the trade block was Tyler Hero. I guarantee he heard it. And so it's going to be a matter of how willing he is to kind of get over that. And let's not also forget here, I think it's going to be kind of interesting to see how the Miami Heat deal with the fact that they had Tyler Hero during the regular season, disappointed the entirety of that regular season, lose Tyler Hero for the playoffs, and then what do? They go on quite literally their best run of basketball for the entire season, making it to the finals, all without Tyler Hero. I don't know. That's usually not a great sign. If the Kings lost Domantas Sabonis and then made the NBA Finals,
you'd be like, how valuable is Domantas Sabonis?
Exactly. So that to me is the most interesting thing to follow with the Tyler Hero thing. I could see him putting up points. I can see him, like you're saying, having that chip on his shoulder, saying, oh, people don't value me. I'll show you how valuable I am. But I really think it's going to come down to how Tyler Hero wants to approach this season, because I think he's totally in the right if he wants to go into that situation and say, much like Jaylen Brown was upset for a lot of last year, y'all, all I heard all offseason was how I'm being traded and how you guys
didn't want me.
Yeah, you guys don't value me as much as you value that other guy.
Remember, he
Why
took
should I
shooting
wanna be
guard
here?
Miami Heat off of his Instagram.
He took it all off. He took all the Miami stuff off of his profile. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes along because, like we talked about yesterday, that Heat culture has been so strong and such a reason for their success. Little things like this is exactly what ends up killing even the best cultures is ego and personality and stories like that, like stories like Tyler Hero's, where you come in disgruntled and all it takes is one guy who's not pulling on the string the same way as the other guys and things can go wayward.
For sure. Well, I will save what we both sort of assumed and is now completely confirmed. We will save that for later in the show when we talk more NBA 2023 season talk, as it is right around the corner. But coming up next, we all plead the fifth together. We will not testify. We will plead the fifth. Fun in the 40s. We will get to some crazy finishes. Commentator curse. Careful what you say. I hate when commentators do this. And also, commentators calling out gambling lines. Not so subtly. We will do all that next. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Igor, my faithful companion, it is time to prepare for the night. The shadows grow long, and the creatures of the night stir with excitement.
Yes, Master Dracula. What do you require of me?
I need you to fire up the hearse. Elk Grove Kia is having a Halloween sale that is to die for. We're going to upgrade you a new car worthy of the Prince of Darkness. I'm so excited. It is making my blood shiver.
But Master, with your credit history, aren't you worried you're going to get turned down?
Igor, shut up. Elk Grove Kia's finance department has over 100 years of experience. They can even get me approved, even with my troubled past. And Elk Grove Kia's exclusive 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty on all new Kias, it's almost like having an immortal car.
Elk Grove Kia's Halloween sale is so good, it's scaring the competition. In fact, it's so scary, we can't even advertise the pricing. So whether you're in need of a new or used car, make your way to Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or visit us at elkgrovekia.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Hey, Sacramento, it's almost time for your reigning Pacific Division champion Sacramento Kings to take the court for the new NBA season.
A two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
Be sure to get your tickets to see the Kings in action as we look to light the beam this season. Don't miss the rivalry matchups coming to Golden One Center for opening weekend as the Kings face the Warriors on Friday, October 27th, and the Lakers on Sunday, October 29th. Find your tickets now at kings.com/tickets. And together, let's bring the roar.
What's up? I'm here with Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Jeep Adventure Days?
With gas prices skyrocketing, good gas mileage is more important now than ever. And right now, you can save up to $11,000 off MSRP when you lease a new 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sport S 4xE plug-in hybrid.
Okay, but what about hauling my family around?
Well, save even more with up to $14,000 off MSRP when you lease a new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4xE plug-in hybrid. Great mileage and big savings on one of America's most loved SUVs.
These deals can't last long. Hurry into the Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Center or see their full inventory at hobletdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
11,000 total Wrangler 4xE net savings on lease only after 8,500 factory rebates and 2,500 dealer discount. 14,000 total Grand Cherokee 4xE net savings on lease only after 11,500 factory rebates and 2,500 dealer discount. Lease options subject to credit approval. Not everyone will qualify. Rebates include 7,500 federal tax credit rebate. Subject to change without notice. 5 at each net savings. See dealer for details.
Does your dog leave frowny piles of poo around the yard? Do you know that a solid poo is one of the best indicators of your dog's gut health? Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food is made with organic super seaweed and other powerful antioxidants, supporting a healthy digestive system. Real protein is always the first ingredient, plus a blend of essential vitamins and minerals that help support your dog's overall health and well-being. Do their digestion a solid, literally. Find Supreme Source Premium Dog Food at Safeway, Save Mart, and Winco, or a local grocery store near you.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Yeah. Let's get it, Sacramento. Happy Wednesday.
You like this, Zach?
I do a little bit. I mean, I have no idea what it is.
This is the new Blink-182 song.
Okay.
Just came out this week.
I mean, not normally my jam. I'm normally like a Tupac guy, but I'm feeling the energy right now. You know what I mean? It's a peak in the chart. Yeah. Chris,
very early 2000s.
He's Chris Watkins. He said new Blink 182.
Yeah, it doesn't sound
Yeah,
like it.
well-
Sounds like some Laguna Beach 90210 MTV.
I mean, it is Blink-182, so they were popular 20 years ago.
Are they not making music?
No,
anymore?
they're making new music again, but they're most popular in like the late 90s, early 2000s.
Fair enough. That would be usually my wheelhouse if I was into that kind of music. Anyways, Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports 1140. Coming up top of the hour, we're going to hear from you people. What the hell you mean, you people? You people, Kings fans, outside the arena. This was before the game on Sunday, getting ready for the season. And I just, I wanted to get a pulse from the fan base and what they're saying, how they're feeling. So we will do that. Plus, give you a little preview. Warriors Kings again. Literally, it's got to be 9 of the last games that the Kings have played the Warriors?
Well,
there was a 7-game series.
They played them 7 games, so that's 7 straight. They played them the second to last game of this regular season, so that's 8 of 9. They have now played them. They will have played them twice in 4 regular season games, so that's 10 of the last 13. If my math is correct, thank you.
Wow,
10 of the last 13 games they've played the Warriors, and then that's not also including. Let me get it up here. Let me get this right, because the Kings play the Warriors, I think 3 or 4 times again in like the first month of the regular season.
Seriously?
I wish I was joking. The Kings will play the Golden State Warriors. Let's do this regular season.
Yeah, I think
schedule.
they play all 4 by November.
They play the second, obviously the home opener. That's October 27th. They play them again on November 1st, the game after the weekend of, so home opener on Friday against the Warriors. Then they play the Lakers.
Okay.
And then they're back at Golden State.
Okay, so now we're at what?
And then they don't play them for the rest of the month of November.
Okay.
And then at the end of November, they play
But
them,
going up to that last
28th.
game early on, what is that total out of how many
That
total?
will be, so they play them 2 of the first 4 games, so add 12 of the first
14?
17. Because it was 10 of 13. Now it's 12 of 17.
Now you add 4. Thank you, Kyle.
Jeez,
12 of 17.
12 of 17 games. And that's, look, that's also doing 3 things. That's doing regular season, postseason, preseason, and regular season again.
Yeah.
Okay. You do play other teams, Kings fans, so don't worry.
It doesn't feel like it these days.
It doesn't really. Anyways, they play again tonight on national television. Everybody yelling at me. Okay, look, I realize times are different. National television isn't what it used to be because it depends on, everybody's cut the cord.
Right.
So NBA TV is not national television for everybody. I guess you should reserve national television just for ABC.
I think they still technically count it as a national
I think so.
game. I mean,
because it's a national, it's a channel.
It is broadcasted to the nation.
Yeah.
Everybody, well, I think in this case, even in Sacramento, you'll be able to watch it because there's no other they're not showing it on NBC or anything like that.
Gotcha.
So everybody in the nation will be watching it on NBA TV.
You're damn right. So. Everybody will be watching it. But right now, let's get to the best intro in not only radio or television or any possible outlet. All of media, the greatest intro. We plead the fifth.
Now, on Zakariah and Watkins, I plead the fifth.
Plead the fifth. Plead the fifth. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anything you say, 5.
Now, I love me some crazy college football finishes, but I want you to put your professional broadcasting hat on, Chris, and I want you to listen to the broadcast. Forget the game, forget the outcome. These are both 2 Hail Marys. I want you to critique the play-by-play guy.
Okay.
For their first win ever against Boise State, one final shot. Fowler Nicolosi chucking it into the end zone. Everybody is there. Is it caught? Is it caught? Colorado State. Dallin Holker makes the catch. It's a miracle in Fort Collins. We're tied up.
Just when you think you've seen everything in college football.
Oh my!
Okay.
Pretty solid, right?
It's okay. It's not Jason Ross level, but it's okay. It's not what just happened, but okay.
That's a whole nother conversation. Okay. But now see if you can tell the difference between that one and this one.
Okay.
Back the pass. Donovan Smith. Smith steps up in the pocket, unloads it, throws it all the way downfield into the end zone. Tipped, and it is caught by the Cougars. Caught for a touchdown. Unbelievable. Caught by Stephon Johnson. The ball was tipped up in the air, and the Cougars win the game on the final play. Unreal. The Cougars, first ever Big 12 conference win.
So the first one, the energy is pretty, I would say it's at like a 7, and then it goes to like a 9, right?
That goes to like an 11.5. My headphones got destroyed.
What just happened?
No, but the second one,
yes.
He's at like a 2.
Yeah.
He sounds
I thought it was the road broadcast.
It sounds like books on tape.
Yeah.
He's like, yes, he steps up to the plate. Yeah. And then he just loses. Like you can't go from 2 to 10. You got to go from like,
you got to have a little bit more. You got to lead them into the play. Like, okay, here we go. It's all on the line here. What's going to happen, even if you're on the road broadcast?
Yeah.
But I mean, that was, he definitely got there though. Hey, he might have not started up at that,
but
where he needed to be, but he got there and then some, because my ears are still killing me.
No, for sure. But you can't allow that difference in your, you know what I'm saying? You got to at least have it at like a 6 or a 6. He was at like a 2 and then went to a 10.
In fairness, the first broadcaster was on the Fox Sports 1, national broadcast. The second one was the Houston local reporter.
Well, still, hey, dress for the job that you want, not the job that you have or something like that.
Have you guys ever heard, that makes me think of course, I'm going to bring up the Vikings here, but Paul Allen, the great Paul Allen, who has some of the best radio calls in all of sport. But the Vikings lost or missed out on the playoffs because they lost to some terrible Arizona Cardinals team that scored on the last play of the last game of the season. And Paul Allen's call to that is just, I thought it was going to be similar to that call, the second call, where he just flatlines the entire time, just like drops back to pass. The Cardinals drop back to pass, throws it into the end zone. It's caught. This season's over. Oh my God.
Oh, the other way?
Yes, it's the other way where he instead of coming, it's the road broadcast and it's bad for the. It's maybe the best.
Was that 20 years ago or something?
Yes, it was a while ago.
Okay, I might be able to find that.
Yeah, it was really solid if you can find it. It's like about, because I think the bigger point in that broadcast and the one that we just played there is, you have to especially you have to match the energy of what the fan base,
no matter what,
especially if you're the home broadcast. You gotta, if Yeah, I mean, that's why I agree with you that he probably should have been near at a 6. If that's the home broadcast, this is the last play of the game, you're trying to Hail Mary.
Yeah.
You got to try and match the excitement level, get people up there.
I don't think he thought there was a chance.
Exactly.
Literally, I don't think he thought there was a Hail Mary that it was going to happen. But, but it's just hilarious to see him just go from that to that. It's like, dude, you got to at least, like, again, like, you don't get super excited like it's 1st and goal from the 1. Yeah. I understand that you know it's a long shot, but you can't depress your fan base. That also, you got to be like, there we go. There's a chance. Yep. You know what I mean? And then go to 10. Yeah, absolutely. Anyways, good stuff. We will continue to critique professional broadcasters later. I don't know if you believe in curses. I'm not a big curse guy. Chris.
Yeah. They're getting tough to ignore sometimes. Those broadcaster
like the free throw things where they say
sometimes
stuff.
They're too.
So
sometimes it's too much of a coincidence.
We have some good stuff for that later in the program in Fun in the 40s. But coming up next, we will hear from you people, Kings fans outside the arena before the Warriors game on Sunday, leading up to today's Warriors game today, and a bunch of other stats that should probably make you even more angry. I don't know why we're doing this over the past couple of days, but there's just a bunch of doubters out there in these streets. Chris, I don't know what to do. I don't understand. 3 seed last year. Brought back the same team. It's not like they lost Sabonis, or it's not like Fox, went to another team. I don't understand what's going on. So we will do that top of the hour. Coming up next, Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
15. See, they have to go deep into the end zone.
We better put some people in the end zone, right, Joe?
That's exactly right.
I mean, there's nobody inside the 10.
Get back, guys.
Here it is. The season's on the line. 2 receivers left and right. McCown takes the snap. He steps up. He's all by himself. Fires into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! No! No! The Cardinals have knocked the Vikings out of the playoffs. I believe it was caught by Nate Poole. He's being mugged by his Cardinal teammates.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned certified cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our certified cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
It's a new era in entertainment. Experience legendary performers like never before. All new and all incredible. This is the venue. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. Hey, small business owner, when's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But some don't check their rate often. Did you know rates can vary? In fact, taking 3 minutes to check your rate with Pi Insurance could save you up to 30%. Just go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for you with no hassle or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could save you money. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. ask your agent for pie or get a quote at trypie.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Born in 1892 to a socially prominent family, she was the consummate athlete, proficient in golf, tennis, marksmanship, swimming, and car racing. Many considered her the greatest horsewoman of the century. She was a pioneer in the field of golf course development with 3 world-class courses on her resume: the Women's National Golf and Tennis Club, Cypress Point, and Pasatiempo. Working for SFB Morse of Pebble Beach fame led to her second golf course development, which many consider to be the greatest golf course in the world, Cypress Point, where she developed a lifelong friendship and professional relationship with famed architect Alistair McKenzie. Pasatiempo in Santa Cruz was her third development, where she hosted the likes of Bobby Jones, Will Rogers, Babe Saharias, and more. Today, her place is alongside many others in the World Golf Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Marion Hollins, a visionary golf course architect and pioneer of the game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for all your favorite models at low prices and payments, plus low finance rates and 0 down deals with approved credit. Go see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia right here in Sacramento for over 20 years.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. The Sacramento Kings are facing the Golden State Warriors in preseason game number 4 of 5 tonight in San Francisco. Coverage begins at 5:30 here on Sactown Sports with the tip-off with G-Man at 7 o'clock p.m. Game 3 between the Texas Rangers and Houston Astros is at 5 o'clock p.m. today. The Rangers won their first 2 games of the series on the road. Houston is trying to be the first team ever to come back from losing the first 2 games at home. Game 4 of the WNBA Finals between the Las Vegas Aces and New York Liberty is tonight at 5 p.m. If the Las Vegas Aces win tonight, they will be the first back-to-back WNBA champions since 2002. Sacramento State football is back at home this Saturday night for a nationally televised primetime game against the Montana State Bobcats. Kickoff is at 7:30 p.m. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com. Those are your headlines. Reminder, all guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Now let's return to more of Chris and Co. here on Sactown Sports.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. Alongside Chris Watkins, I am Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports 1140. Follow us on Twitter. Get at us, won't you? I'm at Zach Sports, ZAK Sports. He is at Chris M. Watkins on Twitter. And we are on everything in terms of social media. Sactown Sports 1140. Sactown 1140, all that good stuff. We are live streaming on YouTube. People are up in the chats, all that good stuff. And you can be heard or you can be read, 916-339-1140. Coming up at 11:15, preach. Preach. That's all I got to say. Preach, Mr. May. I know we're in October, but you preach, Mr. May.
Dude, speaking facts.
You are speaking for everybody in California.
It's definitely one way to go out also. It's pretty
north, south, east, west, everybody in Cali. You are speaking for them. And we'll play the audio. God bless. Man, this is like radio gold for me. I can't wait to get into this. It's been killing me for years. I mean, you have to realize in 1989, I was 6 years old, Chris.
Don't step on the segment now. I was like,
you're right. We'll keep that. You're right. That's a good tease. We'll just leave it at that. In 1989, I was 6 years old.
There you go.
But right now, Kings fans, as you get ready for the Warriors again,
yep,
we wanted to go to the people Because we are men of the people. You would consider yourself a man of the people, right?
I would think so. I'm definitely a lot more of the people than of Carmichael Dave. Like I'm not. If that's like the scale, I just mean like Dave is all the way up here, and then
okay, all right, yes. I
common folk.
assume if a listener saw you on the golf course or something like that, and came up to you and said, "Hey, Chris Watkins," you know what I mean?
Yeah,
you would talk to him, right?
I would hope so.
You wouldn't shun them.
Yes,
yeah.
I would not. I would definitely not.
We're men of the people. Well, a local news outlet. I should give them proper credit. Kyle,
KCRA3.
They're our
wonderful partners.
Sorry, you have to forgive me.
You're
I'm
good.
staying in Airbnb. Oh,
You're
by the
good.
way, I got a story about going out in Sacramento last night.
Ooh, I definitely have to hear that.
Well, let's just say I didn't know where I was. Found out the fun way, I suppose. But they were outside of Golden One, and talking to the people as we were talking about, and talking to fans and expectations. And let's hear from various different people outside of the arena before the Kings Warriors game.
We have waited for so long for the Kings to be doing well, and we're just super excited for this.
There we go. Waiting so long.
Yeah.
How long, Chris? Oh, come on. That doesn't just roll off your tongue?
Because it's even like, okay, so the playoff drought was 17 years, 16 seasons.
Of those 16 seasons, how close were they in any of those?
Never. No, the Kings were never even above 500. They were never even above 500.
They didn't even sniff the 8th seed?
No, that was not only a playoff streak, it was a losing season streak as well.
Okay.
They had 1 year they were the 9th seed.
Even in 2006 when they made the playoffs, though, like they were an 8th seed. They were playing the Spurs. They only won one game in that series. So realistically, it's been 20. We're in 2023. Yeah. The 2003 season was probably the last time people felt this optimistic about a Kings season heading into it. Of course, that 2006 season and some other seasons like that, there was a little bit of hope going in the season, or as the season progressed, but
high pick
for the most part.
It
It was always just, especially from the broader sense of Sacramento. Obviously, Kings fans, like the hardcore people, were with them even through the bad years. But for the general Sacramento public, it's probably been 20 years since people cared this much.
And I know I've asked you before, but for those non-P1 guys, listeners out there, P1 means listens to every second of every show. But for those that don't listen to every part of every show, because I know I've asked you this on air before, how much better is it covering them when they're good than versus when they're bad? Because there's some people out there that think that what we do for our jobs, that we actually like the controversy and the losing and stuff like that. Like, no. We would rather them be good.
Right.
It's much more fun doing what we do, coming onto the microphone when they're a good team versus when they're a bad team.
Well, and to peel back the curtain a little, not only is it more fun, it's also significantly easier to do the job. Like, everything about the job is just way better. The people are there. I mean, just the eyeballs are there.
Yeah.
The content obviously is there. It's
the vibe in the city.
The vibe
Chris.
is a lot better.
Yeah.
And just your own excitement level to talk about the team is different. You can only say in so many different ways that a team sucks, and how many different ways they suck, and how many different ways they could be better, and who's the problem. It's a lot easier to talk about
when you're good,
when we can
how you can get better.
It's like we can talk about the team, we can talk about Mike Brown, we can talk about the assistants, we can talk about the
rotation,
GM, we can talk about specific players,
free
we can
agent
talk about
moves,
people who are contributing a little, who could contribute more. There's just so much more meat that's on the bone when the team is good. Like, I hope it's not a secret, but it's not that we are homers here at 1140 or any news publication, really. It's just the facts of the matter. Even the Sacramento Bee will tell you, we want the team to be good, because
100%.
At the end of the day, that brings the most eyeballs to what we're doing. And
good is
always going to root for the team to succeed.
Good is good. Let's hear more from the people.
Such a great season. It's so much more momentum, so much more traction going with the team and the franchise as a whole right now.
Stakes are higher now than they've ever been, and we're ready to see it all kind of come and happen.
Yeah, I wonder, Chris, exactly where is the expectation? I believe we have had this conversation,
right?
But is getting past the first round enough? Because you would think, okay, if you're looking at this in terms of progression, you had the long drought. We can put that behind us now. You made the playoffs last year. You went to 7 games with the champs.
Yep.
if this year they just get out of the first round, do you think the fans will be disgruntled, or is that enough? Because that's technically progress.
They do make it out of the first round. So if they make the second round, I think that's more than enough, in my opinion. I personally feel like the Kings making it again and having a good showing in the play. Essentially, if the Kings replicate almost exactly what they did last season, me personally, I'm totally okay with it.
Come on. If they lose in the first round, you're okay?
I'm fine with it. I think because, again,
I got higher expectations.
What did we just talk about?
I know.
The last time the Kings were good.
Yeah.
This is not about, like, you can't try and fast track this thing, okay? You need to make sure your foundation is there. You need to make sure the house you built is on good standing so that you can further expand upon it in the future.
You got to go piece by piece. You got to get to the second round this year.
I don't think you have to.
I mean, not have to. You don't have to do anything.
Conference, like there's tons of, I won't use the term, I would say reasons, not excuses, for why the Kings don't necessarily have to be like moving on to the second round to have a better season. I think that there's a lot of reason to think that there's still a lot of room for growth moving forward. They're not going to win a championship or become super close a year after, or 2 years, I should say, 2 years removed from a 17-year playoff drought.
But hang on, I didn't say win a championship.
No, I know.
Said
I'm
get
just
to the
saying,
second
I'm
round.
more talking people expectations.
Put it on the poll, Kyle. Would anything less than getting to the second round upset you?
Yeah.
Put that on the poll. I want to see what the people say.
Is getting to the second round a must?
Yes. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just to clear it.
Yeah. You worded it better than I.
Yeah.
But yeah. So okay. Speaking of having a ton of words for something, coming up next, Trevor May calls out an individual who's been called out for the larger portion of the calendar year. I mean, I think they called out his mom, which I think is going too far. I didn't really subscribe to that. I believe they
was Doris, come get your kid.
Something like that. Come get your kid. But man, talk about when you retire.
It's a good way.
Feeling free to say whatever you want.
I think this is kind of what, like, everybody who leaves their job, I think this is exactly what everyone would ideally like to do when you leave your job.
I could do that, but I'm not going to do that. But coming up next, we will get into that. Former A's pitcher Trevor May saying what I think a large portion of the A's fan base would like to say, and we will hear it from him. I believe, what was it? TikTok or I don't know. What are the kids doing? YouTube live stream or Instagram?
It was on Twitch.
It was
Twitch.
He did it. He retired on Twitch.
There's like 85 different forms. Yeah. Well, I think Yeah. I think
he's a gamer
or something like that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, publicity for his channel.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of being old, the fact that people pay to watch other people play video games. Do you know that my dad pulled his hair out when I just played the video game myself? I can't even imagine. He's rolling in his grave at the thought that people are paying to watch other people procrastinate.
Yeah.
Anyways, we will get into Trevor May and calling out the A's owner and much, much more coming up next. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season?
Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995?
Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Sacramento Kings and can't wait for the upcoming season. To celebrate, Quick Quack is giving one lucky duck a pair of lower-level tickets to the Kings home opener versus Golden State on October 27th. Enter for your chance to win this epic opening night showdown by going to SactownSports.com. Be there for the Kings versus Golden State, courtesy of Quick Quack, where you can wash your car all you want with an unlimited membership.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916, Sactown Sports.
The A's have 99 problems, but they really only have one. We'll get to that in just a second. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140. Call or text the show, 916-339-1140. Jump up in the chat, live streaming. Kyle hasn't put up the poll yet, but he will here shortly. Just search Sactown Sports, or I made it easy for you on Twitter at Zach Sports, ZAK Sports. He's at Chris M. Watkins. Click the link, jump up in there. Kyle will put up the poll, which I think Chris worded as, is anything less than the second round, or is the second round a must? There you go.
Yes.
Is the second round a must? I happen to think so. Chris says, not so fast, my friend.
And now the poll is up.
The poll is up. Must the Kings make the second round of the playoffs this year? Yes, they do. No, as long as they make the playoffs. Those are your two options. Not exactly how Chris worded it, but that's
fine.
So, yeah, bottom of the hour, we will get back into more Kings. The Athletic is back at it. Breakout player prediction for the Kings? I think it's an obvious answer, but I could be totally wrong. We'll find that out at the bottom of the hour. But right now, Trevor May, God bless you, sir. You used your platform in the proper fashion. Now, we've seen throughout the year, Chris.
Yep.
Okay, now, you're talking to a guy, okay? A guy whose father had season tickets to the A's.
Yep.
I was born in 1983. We had him in the late 80s, early 90s. I will not mention that he was Dutch and he was very cheap, and he sold our playoff tickets to pay for the regular season tickets, so I didn't see all the glory. But I saw a lot of the regular season games.
Sounds like you just brought it up.
Sorry, I know. That's kind of one of those things where it's like not to be a jerk, and then you say something that's jerkish. But anyways, I was Ricky Henderson, the fluorescent green gloves.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Bash Brothers, Jose Canseco, and Mark
for
McGuire.
sure.
I'm
You were
talking
just bashing up everybody back in the day. Just
Dave
you and all your
Henderson,
friends just walking in and out of class. Just,
Dave
what's up,
Parker.
man? What's up?
Dave Parker, most out of shape athlete of all time. Carney Lansford. We're talking Terry Steinbach, Dennis Eckersley. Anyways, love the A's through and through, and covered the A's. Did A's pre and post, and very familiar with the press room and all the ins and outs of the Coliseum. And you know, there's possums living in there.
Sorry
and,
to hear that.
You know, we get like a really bad rap. You know, Mount Davis kind of sunk us. Anyways, it's been bad, but we found a way to be good. Now with the Moneyball movie and Brad Pitt, you know, starring as Billy Bean.
Yeah,
and we found a way to do more with less. Right? So we've made the playoffs a ton of times. Now we've lost every possible elimination game you can have, unfortunately, but it's not like that now. We were not competitive. I believe we lost the most games that the A's have ever lost.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point in the season where they were close to beating like the Cleveland Spiders' all-time bad record. I mean, they cleared that.
Did we get that far?
Yeah,
I honestly
they cleared that hurdle pretty easily. I think that was like a 23-win team, but yeah, I mean, the A's did. It might have been the worst year of their history.
Yeah, I believe I went ostrich, you know, head in the sand.
Yeah.
I just didn't tune in because it was too depressing.
Yeah.
We did set the record for most losses in A's or just athletics franchise history, correct? But we didn't set the record for worst record ever?
Not of all time.
Okay,
not
good.
of all time. So you got that.
There were all sorts of fun, the Oakland A's are the worst team ever stats I was bringing up on the morning show for a while there.
Fair enough. Yeah. Look, it was ugly. It's been ugly. And obviously Fisher wants to go to Vegas because Nevada, well, they're kind of pushing back now. It's not a guarantee, but they obviously brought in the Raiders. They wanted the NFL, and Mark Davis, one of the poorest owners, or I think the poorest owner in the NFL, got his stadium funded down there, and the A's are trying to do the same thing. They're getting a little bit of pushback now. But here is Trevor May, and salute to you, sir, in his retirement, finally being able to speak his mind.
I am officially announcing my retirement from professional baseball. Now that it's official, to the A's organization and every single person part of it, I love all of you. Every single one of you, except for one guy. And we all know who that guy is. Sell the team, dude. Let someone who actually takes pride in the things they own something. There's actually people who give a shit about the game. Let them do it. Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork.
And I think that's how pretty much everybody feels. I mean, he's not quite Mark Davis in that. Well, look, he's Mark Davis in the sense that everything that he got from his parents.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
But he's not Mark Davis in that all of his money is not tied up into just the team.
Right.
Like literally, if Mark Davis sold the team and they took all the money from the selling of the team and took that away from him, he would have nothing. Fisher has the gap or whatever else, he's got invested in other stuff, but he's clearly not putting any money into the team. He's fighting with Oakland. To me, Chris, this has been a no-brainer for like the better part of 2 decades. Seriously, you put it in Jack London. It's on the water,
It is.
Chris.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful sight.
It could
Or
literally
could be, I should say.
It could mirror what the Giants have.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called now. I was going to say Pac
Oracle Park.
Oracle Park. Oh, yeah, because
Pac-12 Park.
Pac-12 Park. Pac-Bell.
Yeah.
That's weird. Oregon State plays in San Francisco.
But you could have it across the water.
Yeah.
Literally. You
Yeah.
could have the same exact stadium just across the water, across the bridge, and they just haven't done it. And obviously there's obstacles to be had. And I am always in favor of, look, you're rich, pal. You pay for your stadium.
Yeah.
You don't make the taxpayers pay for your stadium. But he's now calling him out, asking him to sell. Everybody's going to. Here's my thing, Chris. Let me ask you this. If you owned a team, would you want to be hated?
No.
Wouldn't you want to sell it just to not be like so hated amongst people?
Yeah, and then it becomes an ego thing, though. When you're that rich, it's like, well, this is my team. Like, I'm the one who owns it, and like, you can't tell me what I'm gonna do with my team and my money. And it becomes that relationship between the A's fans and the owner is already so adversarial. Like, I don't think that I think he kind of thrives off it in some weird, disgusting way. Like, it seems like I think a good portion
of
it
likes the hate.
I think, I think he thinks it's funny. Like, I think he thinks it's peasants that are yelling up at a king, essentially.
So he just doesn't care if he's hated.
He doesn't care. He doesn't. Yeah. He's like, I don't care that I'm upsetting an entire city. I don't care that I'm upsetting an entire fan base. I'm gonna do what I want to do, and I understand that this means that kids are gonna grow up without a favorite baseball team and things like that. But no sweat off my back. I'm going to make a lot of money when I sell this team in 4 years because I moved them and really didn't have to, as you say. I mean, John Fisher's trying to do something unprecedented in terms of moving the team. Like, yeah, Mark Davis had them pay for the stadium essentially, but John Fisher's trying to get a hotel to essentially build the stadium for him.
Yeah.
They're not even going to have ownership over the stadium.
Yeah.
They're not going to own anything. He's just literally going to own the team that is in Vegas. And that's it. I mean, he's found new ways to make what he's doing just the worst thing. Like he's finding new ways to be terrible.
It sounds like we both agree there's not a chance he sells.
I wouldn't say there's not a chance he sells. There's not a chance he decides to sell.
Did you see Lacob came in and said that he'd be willing to buy him?
He's made.
Can you imagine what news that would be for A's fans?
It would be amazing. I mean, I think that would be incredible, and I think Lacob should make more stink about it. Like, he made an initial statement that he would be willing to buy the team, but there really hasn't been much pressure put on John Fisher by the necessary powers. I mean, obviously A's fans have made their voices known, but I mean, Rob Manfred in the league office they seem to be helping him. Yeah, they're helping him move this process along. The thing that I think could make this thing change is and we've heard some owners say things, but I think we need some big market owners to really step up and voice their frustration with what's going on, because from what I've heard, there's a lot of people in baseball, I don't know if it's owners or management or what, that are not happy at all by the breaks the A's are getting and how they're being treated and how they're treating one of the best fan bases in baseball.
For sure.
But nobody's doing anything about it. And so I think that's what it's going to take for something to change here, for something to
the people that are high up.
Somebody who has some actual say, some actual power needs to speak up, because what's going on in Vegas right now, you're right. Like it was murky when it was first being announced. And since they've kind of let it breathe a little, it doesn't seem like that situation's gotten much better, and they're just trying to essentially force feed the A's to Vegas right now.
Yeah, I mean, and everybody involved wants the A's to be relevant and good, including the fan base,
except for John Fisher.
Yeah, except for John Fisher.
He's the only guy who doesn't.
Well, I mean, the Yankees president of operations came out and called out, as he quoted, the two teams in Florida, and they're attendance numbers look amazing compared to the A's, and with the revenue sharing, it's just it's a disaster. But shout out Trevor May, way to speak for the people. We appreciate that. Coming up next, the Athletics breakout player predictions for the Kings. I think it should be led very obviously by one person. We'll find out if I'm correct from Chris Watkins and Zakariah right here, Sactown Sports 1140.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL?
Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
There's just something about fall that makes me want to enjoy every moment. The changing leaves, the pumpkin patches, and you know what else won't last? Quick Quack's new pumpkin spice scented car wash. Text SPICE to 41284 to get 50% off any wash.
Did you know one of the worst things you can do is turn on your furnace after it's been sitting there all summer, gathering dust, without giving it a thorough tune-up first?
Think about it. What if your car had been sitting in the garage for 6 months without ever running?
Any piece of machinery that's been sitting needs to be tuned up. So call Bell Brothers. We'll tune up your furnace for just $87 and guarantee the results.
We guarantee that your tuned-up furnace will save you $87 on your energy bills. And we guarantee that your tuned-up furnace won't break down during the season, or we'll immediately refund your money. No questions asked.
Don't delay. Small problems that are easy and inexpensive to fix can quickly turn into big, expensive problems.
Call Bell Brothers right now to schedule your furnace tune-up at 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234, or online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Hey, Sacramento, join us at Hornet Stadium this Saturday for 916 night as the top-ranked Sacramento State Hornets are back home for a nationally televised primetime game. Kickoff is at 7:30 as the Hornets welcome in the Montana State Bobcats to Hornet Stadium in a crucial Big Sky matchup. Help us pack Hornet Stadium and show your Sacramento pride. Stick around after the game for post-game fireworks. Get your tickets now at hornetsports.com. Stingers up and go Hornets.
Red Hawk Resort Casino is the best place to go all in and all out. Go all in at our table games, then go all out to win on the area's only 3-story indoor kart track. Or go all in for our famous award-winning buffet. Then go all out at our state-of-the-art 18-lane bowling center. And now with a world-class sports bar and beautiful resort hotel, you can go all in for fun and all out for comfort. We're Red Hawk Resort Casino, official casino partner of the Sacramento Kings.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I have terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
It's the model year-end sales event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton and Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton and Price in your corner. When you call Ashton and Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. The Sacramento Kings are facing the Golden State Warriors in preseason game number 4 of 5 tonight in San Francisco. Coverage begins at 5:30 p.m. right here on Sactown Sports 1140 with tip-off at 7 o'clock with the G-Man. In baseball, Game 3 between the Texas Rangers and Houston Astros is at 5 o'clock p.m. today. The Astros are trying to be the first team in MLB history to come back from losing the first 2 games of a 7-game series at home. And Game 4 of the WNBA Finals between the Las Vegas Aces and New York Liberty is tonight at 5 o'clock p.m. If the Las Vegas Aces win, they will be the first back-to-back WNBA champions since 2002. Sacramento State football is back at home this Saturday night for a nationally televised primetime game against Montana State. Kickoff is at 7:30 p.m. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com. Those are your headlines. Let's return to more of Chris & Co. right here on Sactown Sports.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
That's right. We are the home of the Beam Team, Sactown Sports 1140, alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. Coming up at 11:45, it's the FIF, Fun in the 40s, the Getting to Know You edition. Getting to know all about you, as we have been doing over the better course of a month and a half, 2 months, something like that.
Who's counting?
Yeah, who's counting? But right now, and I think the answer is obvious.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure, but The Athletic put out the breakout player for each team. And for the Kings, I guess you could go Davion Mitchell. I guess you could go Sasha.
Sure.
I guess you could go. Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Keegan Murray.
That's correct. That is absolutely
All
correct.
right.
So, The Athletic did an article today where they did 30 NBA breakout candidates for this season, went through every single team and gave them the most likely breakout candidate. And, of course, as Zach mentioned there, the Sacramento Kings breakout candidate is Keegan Murray from our guy, Hunter Patterson. Shout out, Hunter. Wrote this.
We like Hunter.
Yes, we like Hunter.
We don't like Hollinger. We like
Hunter.
Hunter.
Like Hollinger, like Hunter.
So we like
correctly.
one H. We don't like the other H.
Exactly.
Got it.
Hunter writes this about the Kings and Keegan. The obvious answer is Murray. Everyone in the organization, from GM Monty McNair to Coach Mike Brown to franchise staple De'Aaron Fox, expect him to take a second-year leap. The Iowa product played only 2 games in the Cal Classic, averaged 35 points, 3 rebounds, 2 blocks, steal and a half. Murray was chosen for the 2023 USA Select Team, and the Kings will likely put him in position to create for himself and others off the dribble this season. It will be on him to capitalize. That is, again, Hunter Patterson from The Athletic.
Of all the things that we have talked about on the airwaves with our time together, I don't think I've ever asked you, what do you expect out of you? Do you think Keegan is going to take? So last year, obviously, he set the record for most three-pointers ever by a rookie.
Made by a rookie, and also was the first rookie to ever shoot at that volume and shoot over 40% from 3.
Okay, which is to be expected because the game has changed, and obviously the three-point shot is...
Sure, to an extent. I mean, the guys that he were passing was like Donovan Mitchell and players like that, but the thing that really set Keegan apart was the efficiency. Like, Donovan Mitchell had the previous record for most threes by a rookie. He hit like 34% of his threes. Keegan was up at 40 almost at 41% from three. So,
Yeah.
so that's really the biggest difference for what sets Keegan apart from what's ever happened before.
Now, I go all the way back on these airwaves to prior to the Kings draft when they selected Keegan Murray, and just having an Iowa bias, I was anti the pick.
Yeah.
Because as I think we've talked about, B.J. Armstrong is the greatest player to ever go to
Come out of Iowa,
as a basketball. I hate Iowa sport. First of all, no offense to anybody from Iowa listening.
Okay.
And I hope I'm not alienating all of I hate the state of Iowa. I went there for basketball.
No offense, but I hate your state.
It's a terrible state, Chris. I think even Iowans would say that it's a terrible state.
Definitely not California.
It's flat. There's nothing to see. It's humid. It's awful.
Jeez.
The only good thing were the fireflies. I love fireflies.
There you go.
That was amazing.
Cool.
Other than that, awful. I literally looked in the mirror before I left. The team bus was waiting outside. I had my bags packed, looked in the mirror, and I said, Zakariah, spoke to myself in the mirror, and I said, you will never come back to this state again. And I have never been back to Iowa. Anyways, their football's boring. Their basketball's boring. The state is boring.
Sure.
Everything is boring. So I didn't want it just because of Iowa. Forget about the player, just Iowa.
You're saying Iowa football is boring because they're 6-1 and ranked dead last in offense this year in college football?
Exactly. That pretty much summarizes it. They're ranked
I give
dead
Iowa
last in
literally
offense.
no brain space out. I've never
I know.
thought about Iowa.
I wouldn't have either had I not been there. But anyways,
I feel like we're focusing on the wrong thing.
Anyways, my point is focusing on the right thing and whether or not he's going to have a breakout year. He doesn't see, even still with having, visual proof of him being a great player and what he did in the preseason, although California Classic, what are you going to count? Summer League, what are you going to count?
I know.
But even with that, he just doesn't seem like the superstar type. I feel like his ceiling, the ceiling is the roof. I feel like his ceiling is star, not superstar. That's kind of what I'm saying. So if the breakout is going from good to really good, then I can see the jump. But if it's from good to great, that part I can't see.
Yeah, I mean,
that might be being cruel,
sure,
and unfair.
To answer your initial question, my expectations for Keegan are, I don't necessarily know how different it's going to look in the stat sheet. If I had to imagine, I think going from like 12 to 14 to 15 points per game isn't out of the question. I think the biggest difference is just going to be in style of play. Like, again, last year we saw Keegan get a majority, if not all of his points coming off of Domantas Sabonis dribble handoffs, and if not off screens and off no dribbles or one dribble. Wasn't really putting the ball on the floor, wasn't attacking the rim, didn't really have any finishing moves at the rim, had no Euro step, didn't really have much creativity or wiggle around the rim, as Mike Brown would say. That's kind of the areas that I expect him to grow as a basketball player. I don't know if statistically it's going to be some big, massive jump, but I just think we're going to see a lot more shots off the dribble. I think we're going to see a lot more Keegan pushing the ball in transition. I think we're going to just see more, hopefully more playmaking, but definitely more rebounding. I think that's the big thing that showed out on Sunday to me is last year the Kings were terrible rebounding outside of Domantas Sabonis. And on Sunday, I saw Keegan actually attack the glass. Like he really was attacking it like he was trying to get boards and not just assuming Domas is going to get the board. I think Keegan's game is just going to be a little bit more rounded out. And in the big picture of everything, I think Keegan can be, I don't even know if he can be an all-star, Frank. Like, I think that it's really, really tough to be an all-star in this league. Like, think about how good De'Aaron Fox was last year, and he had to get, like, voted in as one. I think he was, like, the first alternate. So, I have a tough time saying that Keegan's going to be an all-star. His trajectory is towards an all-star because that just takes so much more growth to your game that I haven't seen yet. But I think he can get near – like fringe all-star level. I think all-star would be like the peak that I could see him at.
So you're more worried about the way in which he goes about his game, less so about the actual output.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And defense as well. I mean, defensive physicality are going to be the thing that if he is going to take that leap that I'm not seeing, the superstar or the star leap even, that's going to be his body filling out and just kind of getting stronger and using that on the defensive end. Because right now, he's kind of not aggressive. I won't say he's soft or anything like that, but he does not look to initiate contact. And I think a big part of that is because he's never really been the strongest guy out there. But when he's 28 to 30 years old, I want to see what it looks like when Keegan knows that he's stronger than some of the younger guys out there.
He's also, and this is random and this is crossing sports, but we talked about Justin Herbert being aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah.
Murray's game is not really aesthetically pleasing.
Sure.
Well, like his jumper, for instance, when it goes in, obviously everybody's happy.
Yeah.
When he misses, it just seems a little flat. He doesn't have like everything Fox does is foxy. You know what I mean? It's
to an extent
pretty to watch.
I think
even
Fox's jump
Sabonis
shot
has
is ugly.
Finesse. Well, yeah, but he's a lefty, so I'm a sucker for lefties.
Same.
But just with Murray, I don't like his misses. It just seems like it's a flat miss, and so I tend to get more frustrated with his jump shot misses than I do other Kings players. But I do. I'll put it like this: all the concerns that I have, I have a lot less so. Even though you shouldn't put a ton into the preseason, his preseason, the way that he went about it, and again, we're talking California Classic, we're talking preseason, we're talking summer league, we're talking things where you're not, the stakes aren't high, but I don't care. You deal with what's in front of you, and the way that he dealt with it was like, I'm coming next year. That was the way that he attacked it.
Yeah.
Not like, oh, I'm in here to get some run or whatever. He's like, no, I'm coming to be a superstar.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest thing that I saw from Keegan that makes me feel positively about me maybe underselling him was in the playoffs last year, just how he switched it up from those first 3 games to the end of the series. Like there was moments where Keegan Murray was the Kings' best player for stretches in those playoff series, especially in Game 7. There was a period where the Kings couldn't buy a bucket, and Keegan Murray was the only one creating shots. And that was the first time where I saw, okay, like maybe this guy really does have something special that I'm not seeing or that can be unlocked under the right circumstances.
Yeah.
It's kind of all, I mean, it's a cliche and it might be even a cop out on my part, but it really is all up to Keegan. I think if Keegan, he's clearly got the right attitude, the right mindset, like that guy's unfazed completely. He is very Kawhi Leonard-esque in that sense, or Tim Duncan or whatever calm comparison you want to use, but it's going to be on how hard he wants to work and how much he can maximize his game, because with the shooting ability that he has, you can do so many things just playing off that he doesn't have to look like Paul George or De'Aaron Fox or something like that. He can do so much just based off. I mean, look at the career that Klay Thompson has carved out for himself just off of shooting. Keegan can be a version of that, but even bigger and taller and hopefully stronger. That's what could potentially be really exciting about Keegan's game.
Well, you have Sabonis, you have Fox in your top 25, and in terms of the top 100, you have Barnes in there as well, albeit closer to 100. And if Keegan can get up in there, we will see if, as we put up on the poll on YouTube, whether or not the second round should be what everybody is grading the Kings on. But coming up next, fun in the 40s. We do it every time around this hour of the program. We have fun in the 40s, and it is the Getting to Know You edition. So you will get to know Chris a little bit more, and you'll get to know me a little bit more. Coming up next, Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Has Monty put together a roster that can help make a deep playoff run this season?
Just trying to give coach options, give him guys that can help us win in a variety of areas. Obviously, our top guys are going to play every game, but there's going to be other times, whether it's injuries, matchups, we've got to have some variety on the bench for coach to point to and say, go in there and help us win.
Tune into every Kings game this season
on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. What is happening, Chad, for Ram Power Days?
The biggest sale of the year with up to $12,000 off MSRP on all new 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn and Laramie Crew Cabs. Or save up to $6,000 off MSRP and get thousands more with 0% financing for 72 months.
So pretty much all your Rams are on sale and 0% financing?
That's what makes us different. Hoblet is always looking out for you, which is why we have up to $8,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 2500 Crew Cabs too. And with over 500 Rams available available. We're sure to have your perfect truck at California's #1 Ram truck dealer.
Wow, these deals can't last long. See their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
12,000 total net savings after 6,000 factory rebates and 6,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include $1,000 loyalty bonus cash for current owners of Stellantis brand vehicle and $1,000 case construction cash. Must have purchased eligible case equipment from qualifying dealer or take 0% financing for 72 months plus 6,000 dealer discounts. Offer on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. Must have 700 plus FICO score to qualify. 0% for 72 months equals $1,389 per thousand borrowed. 8,000 total net savings after 3,000 factory rebates and 5,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $1,000 case construction and 500 first responder bonus cash for current members of eligible first responder association. 10 of each offer. See dealer for details.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up autosave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Autosave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Get ultimate durability and extreme weather performance with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and save $10. Plus, get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Me thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want new red.
Well, all the villagers are raving about this red blend.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price in town.
Economical.
Find what you love and love what you find with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has a selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own loan report.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports' IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com and sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's film at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. Alongside Chris Watkins, I am Zakariah. Coming up, top of the hour, Kings, Warriors tonight. National television, despite everybody yelling at me that NBA TV is not national television. Another game against the Warriors, as we figured out that pretty much every game for the Kings is against the Warriors. And the Athletic, we'll get back to them. We just talked about their breakout player prediction for the Kings being Keegan Murray. Can he take that leap? If he does, I believe good things are in store for your purple and black. But right now it's time for the Fun in the 40s Getting to Know You edition. There we go. This along with the what's that front, like a current affair? What's the music for the birthdays in the morning when we do crosstalk with
Entertainment Tonight music?
Entertainment Tonight.
Yes, sir.
That and this gets stuck in my head
It's not great.
throughout the day.
It's not great.
I was whistling this in the hallways. I think I annoyed some people, but I tend to do that from time to time. But right now, let's start with this, Chris. What is describe your perfect day?
Oh my gosh. Let me hear what yours it sounds like first.
Okay.
I got to workshop mine.
My perfect day would be waking up. Let's see. These days, I go to bed around 10.
Yep.
I wake up around 6.
Okay.
So that's a full 8 hours right there. Ideally, I would sleep through those entire 8 hours.
Okay.
Uninterrupted.
Yep.
I think I'm going to start. This is a random thing, but since we're getting to know each other, I'm going to start keeping a dream journal.
Okay.
Because I've been having crazy dreams, but then I'll forget it throughout the day.
Yeah.
I'm going to put like a pen and paper next to my bedside, and when I wake up, I'm going to write down what I dreamt about.
Would recommend. I've been doing it for years.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Are you
really
trying to learn anything?
Do you know anybody else that keeps a dream journal? I don't know anybody that keeps a dream journal.
I know it's a thing. I have not had conversations with people about it.
Huh.
I just like it for the clarity's sake, like just emptying out your brain, write it down, and then it's a nice start to your day.
Yeah. I got to ask my friend. Maybe it's more common than I think. Maybe it's just something that, to your point, Chris, that people don't talk about.
I think so.
Because I've never heard of anybody keeping a dream journal or dream log.
I've definitely heard of it. Like I said, I've never.
Well, I'm gonna start doing it. There's a famous sign. By the way, if you've never seen any Seinfeld, because I know you're a decade younger than me, watch Seinfeld back, please. It's a great show. But there's an episode where Jerry has a joke.
Yeah.
Because he's a comedian. He plays basically himself in the show, and he wakes up in the middle of the night and he writes it down. And then he like loses the piece of paper. Anyways, it's like sort of a dream log, but not really. It's just a joke that he thought of in his dream. Why was I saying that? Oh, yeah. So I sleep the entire 8 hours. We're doing perfect day.
Yes, that's what I thought we were doing.
I sleep the entire 8 hours.
Yep.
I wake up. Let's see. I have French toast. See, this is not possible because I can't cook.
Okay.
So I'd have to like go somewhere. But let's just say.
So it just magically appears. Let's say.
Yeah, in this perfect day, I have French toast. Some OJ.
Okay.
And then
we're
what?
Just gonna get through your day.
I read the paper.
Okay. That's your perfect day.
The comics and the sports in the beginning. This is just the beginning.
That's what you. Okay.
And then
It's your day.
let's see. Man, I don't know. I guess it would be Sunday. Sunday is my favorite day of the week. So I'd read the Sunday comics, the Sunday sports section. Then I'd watch football from 10 to 10.
Okay.
And then I'd go to sleep.
I would on a Saturday, I would like to wake up at like 10.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to wake up and have like either a breakfast burrito or maybe like
breakfast burritos
a
are
Noah's
really good.
like bagel sandwich ready for me.
Okay.
I don't really care what I do during the day. I'll watch TV until we'll just say noon.
All
so
right.
Maybe there's a game on. We'll say let's open up the day with some morning basketball.
Okay.
And then for lunch,
Kings Raptors.
Let's not do that.
10 a.m. Why not?
Because I don't want to watch the Raptors on my best day.
Well, I was just thinking of it. Okay, Kings
Let's
Knicks
do
at the Mecca.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do Kings beat the Warriors on this day.
All right.
We'll say for lunch we're having pizza and wings. Sounds great. We'll do some lemon pepper and some buffalo wings.
All right.
Got to be like not the hottest wing, but the one under that. And then let's say I pull off a great fantasy football trade at around 2:00.
Okay.
Just to
that's
just
random.
To get the motion. I don't know, the emotions flowing. And
I like it.
I don't know. Probably golf. For 9 holes or so. That takes about 2 hours, and then for dinner, I don't know, have steak and
with your lovely girlfriend
or something.
Absolutely. All right. Favorite cereal growing up? I got to answer for this.
Apple Jacks or CTC, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yes,
All
very
day.
excellent choice, but I think that they take silver to both of us. Sounds like you went Apple Jacks above CTC.
I'm going to go CTC first.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of just taste, yeah.
CTC gets the silver medal for me.
Yeah.
Fantastic, because you can drink
So
the
good.
milk
So good.
after. It's basically cinnamon milk after.
Horchata.
But I got to go Lucky Charms now.
Oh, no. I
Love
can't
me
do
some
that.
Lucky
I can't
Charms.
do that.
Not a marshmallow guy?
That's the only good part about it. The little checks or whatever are terrible.
But when you mix them with the marshmallows, everything's good.
I got into like an actual. I would consider it a debate with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton when he was here about cereal.
Really?
It was before media day. It was probably like
On air or off air?
It was off. Oh, I mean, we did it for socials. But yeah, like they were very passionate. I said Apple Jacks to De'Aaron, and he was like, he was offended by it.
I kind of am the same way. I'm not a big
Y'all
Apple
are
Jacks
tripping.
guy.
Y'all are tripping.
All right, quickly here. You can have dinner. Let's narrow it down to 3 just to save
Okay.
time.
Yep.
3 people dead or alive.
At the dinner table.
Who are you having dinner with?
Oh, geez.
I can go first if you
Yeah,
want to
go
know it.
ahead. Because I got to mix entertainment with just like shock value of like they're here.
Well, you got to think about. It's not like they're not going to play a song for you.
No, I know.
You're having a conversation
Yeah,
with
exactly.
them. Yeah. First one off top is Charles Barkley.
Okay.
Probably Jerry Seinfeld, as I mentioned before, and then just because of how damn cool he is, Barack Obama.
Okay.
Like Jordan's more excellent, right?
Jordan's
He
not
would be boring as
entertaining at
hell.
all.
You wouldn't want to have dinner
there's
with
no
Michael
way.
Jordan. Yeah.
There's no way.
Those are my 3.
I would definitely want a funny table. I think Charles is a great He's just a great,
Charles
he's a glue guy.
Love him or hate him, you want him at your dinner
put him
table.
there.
Yeah,
he's going to riff. He's going to say some funny
you can take
things.
Charles.
I'm going to add Charles to the list. We'll do Charles. We'll do Dave Chappelle because got to get some humor in there.
Good one.
And Chappelle's got some thoughts on
For
some
sure.
things, for
Yeah.
sure.
Sometimes
and then,
controversial.
Let's see here. Who should I go with the last
Charles
spot?
Barkley,
Maybe I've said, I'll put Mike Tyson in there because we're just telling stories.
That's
and
a good one too.
those guys, I feel like that trio of guys will have stories on top of stories that are all hilarious.
I want to hang out with those three.
None
in the
of those
backyard.
three have a filter either.
100%.
Which is just I'm here for it.
That's a good list.
Thank you.
It's a good list.
Thank you.
I just want
need
to
some
ask.
time.
I just want to ask Barack Obama what happened to JFK. You know, all the presidents have the secrets. You know what I'm saying? That'd be my first question.
You should have. Why didn't you? You could have had JFK. You said living or dead. You should have just.
That's true.
had
Well,
JFK
he doesn't know
talk
what
about it.
happened to him.
I'm sure he has some idea.
He wouldn't have any answers for him. He's the one that, he's the last person.
I'm not even gonna. I have things that I want to say.
Look it up, kids. Look it up. Coming up next, we're back to The Athletic, and we will be talking about their preview for the Kings season. We've been talking about it a ton. It's around the season. We are 6 days away from the NBA season, and Kings Warriors tip off tonight on NBA TV. We will discuss that and the preview for their season. Coming up next, Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports 1140.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Have you ever heard that phrase, less is more? Well, at Harbor Freight, we're all about more for less because we know you like to do stuff, to make stuff, to improve stuff. That's why everything in our stores, from miter saws to tool chests to cordless impact wrenches, is priced affordably. So get out there and drill, paint, and saw to your heart's content. We just ask that whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Quick Quack Car Wash is a proud partner of the Sacramento Kings and can't wait for the upcoming season. To celebrate, Quick Quack is giving one lucky duck a pair of lower-level tickets to the Kings home opener versus Golden State on October 27th. Enter for your chance to win this epic opening night showdown by going to SactownSports.com. Be there for the Kings versus Golden State, courtesy of Quick Quack, where you can wash your car all you want with an unlimited membership.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Igor, my faithful companion, it is time to prepare for the night. The shadows grow long, and the creatures of the night stir with excitement.
Yes, Master Dracula. What do you require of me?
I need you to fire up the hearse. Elk Grove Kia is having a Halloween sale that is to die for. We're going to upgrade you a new car worthy of the Prince of Darkness. I'm so excited. It is making my blood shiver.
But Master, with your credit history, aren't you worried you're going to get turned down?
Igor, shut up. Elk Grove Kia's finance department has over 100 years of experience. They can even get me approved, even with my troubled past. And Elk Grove Kia's exclusive 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty on all new Kias. It's almost like having an immortal car.
Elk Grove Kia's Halloween sale is so good, it's scaring the competition. In fact, it's so scary, we can't even advertise the pricing. So whether you're in need of a new or used car, make your way to Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or visit us at elkgrovekia.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis. A two-hand rip. A brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good afternoon, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. The Sacramento Kings are facing the Golden State Warriors in preseason game number 4 out of 5 tonight in San Francisco. Our coverage begins at 5:30 p.m. here on Sactown Sports. Tip-off with the G-Man is at 7 o'clock. In baseball, Game 3 between the Texas Rangers and Houston Astros is at 5 o'clock today. The Astros are trying to be the first team in MLB history to come back from losing the first 2 games of a 7-game series at home. And Game 4 of the WNBA Finals between the Las Vegas Aces and New York Liberty is tonight at 5 o'clock p.m. If the Las Vegas Aces win tonight, they will be the first back-to-back WNBA champions since 2002. It is 12:02, which means it's time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. Those are your headlines. Reminder, all guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Now let's return to more of Chris and Company here on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Sactown Sports.
Welcome back to the program, Sacramento, to the PM portion of your day. Hope it's going lovely. It's the middle. You're actually on the back 9 of your week.
Yep.
Because look, anytime past noon, right, on a Wednesday, you're on the second half of your week.
Closer to it being finished than it being started.
Exactly. Which
officially by 3 minutes.
Which is exactly where you want to be. And then we got Thursday tomorrow, and then good old Friday, and then the weekend. So
can I just say, as we have these TVs on
absolutely.
In the studio, I'm really proud of us for not talking about this Charger fan.
Yeah, good on us.
Because
we haven't done it all week.
This is the weirdest thing. I don't
get it.
Understand
I know
why people care so much. Even if she is a Vikings fan, really. Yeah. Which, why would she be? Why would she want to do that? Why would you blame her
Vikings
for switching?
Chargers is a brutal combination.
Yeah, just why do we care? Why is there so much uproar about it? Why do people care if it is
because she looked
fake?
like she was on drugs.
As a former San Diegan, I will say it's really funny that as soon as you saw a passionate Chargers fan, everyone just assumed that can't possibly be real.
That can't be real. Anyways,
I just don't care.
Welcome.
That's really what it is. It's just people seem to care so much. It's like I saw a tweet that was like, whatever, like a fraud alert confirmed or something like that. Like it's just why are we trying to? Who cares?
Who cares? That's how we're starting.
Sorry,
that's how we're
caught
starting.
Red-handed. That's what it was.
It's fine.
Somebody put caught red-handed. She's a Viking. Who cares?
Caught red-handed is usually like, Watergate
like
or something like that.
Like a crime,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, like an actual crime.
Not
against
somebody
the law.
freaking out over a game.
How dare she go from NFC Vikings to AFC Vikings?
Yeah.
The worst.
Well, he is Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports 1140. You can call or text the show 916-339-1140. You can watch us live streaming on YouTube. Just search Sactown Sports. We've put up a poll. And the question is, must the Kings make the second round of the playoffs this year? Your options are yes, they do, and no, as long as they make the playoffs. 78%, yes, they do.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we can. Yes, they do. And 22% no, as long as they make the playoffs.
Sure.
Coming up at 12:15, James Harden. I thought for a second, Chris, and I'll save it, But I thought for a second this was going to be drama-free. He showed up. He said, I'm going to be professional. And then today, not so much.
Whoops.
So we'll do that at 12:15. But right now, I will let you drive this segment right here. We go back to The Athletic, and it's not because I may or may not have an account for The Athletic.
It's okay.
But it's fine.
I'm a recent subscriber.
You can do the one chair, the two chair, it doesn't matter. It's all interchangeable.
Versatility. It's
so
all the
you
same.
set this bad boy up
Yes,
for the
sir.
people. From The Athletic, the Kings preview.
Yes, sir. As The Athletic tends to do, they're covering every single NBA team out there. And are having
Real quickly,
previews.
sorry to
Yes,
cut you
no,
off.
You're good. You're
How
good.
many people do The Athletic employ?
Probably too many, which is a sad statement because.
But
that
what do
means
you
people
think?
are
You think it's like it's got to be in the hundreds,
It's
right?
definitely in the hundreds. I mean,
Okay.
they have I don't think they have a beat writer for every NBA team, but I would say probably 25 of the 30. And then NFL, I believe they have at least one. Like, how many people for The Athletic cover the Niners? You have Barros, you have Kawakami, you have Lombardi.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm missing somebody already.
Middlecoff.
And I think that's it in terms of sole 49er.
I think there's one
So to answer your question about The Athletic as a whole, there's a report from June that they laid off 4% of their newsroom, which was 20 jobs. So if I'm doing quick math in my head, that's about 500 news-dedicated employees.
Wow. And you know what?
They have soccer coverage too.
From back in
like,
the day,
yeah.
Tim Kawakami, he was like at the forefront of this whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he's a part owner
Mhm.
or if but I remember him being like before anybody
For
knew
sure.
what The Athletic was. He was on the on the
the
foreground
payroll,
of it.
yeah.
Anyway, so to The Athletic we
To The
go
Athletic.
for the Kings season
Yes.
preview as the Kings take on the Warriors tonight. NBA TV. Check out the game for sure. I'm sure you're going to be covering it up and down tomorrow.
sir.
But what do they have in terms of the Kings season preview?
Yes, this is a season preview written by Zach Harper, who we've had on the show, and is
Friend of
is
the
a
show,
very well
sort of.
respected NBA writer across NBA circles. He writes, we're just going to go through it. He really sections it off perfectly for talking about it. So let's just go by it section by section. The big story for the Kings this year is choosing continuity to move forward. Harper writes, after snapping the longest playoff drought in NBA history, the Sacramento Kings didn't just return to the postseason. They went 48-34, grabbed the number 3 seed in the West, and had the best offense in NBA history. The big question, can they move forward and reach the second round now, which is our poll question, and it's been something we've been talking about a lot. They have player to watch. Zach, who do you think is Zach Harper's player to watch this season?
Interesting, because that's different than breakout player.
Yeah. I want to say it's one of the bigger names.
I'm going to say Sasha.
It is Domantas Sabonis. He says, we all know De'Aaron Fox is the man for the Kings, as do they. After Sabonis' phenomenal season ended with a rough playoff series against the Warriors, it'll be fascinating to see how the three-time All-NBA All-Star, NBA All-Star builds on that success. Will he spread the floor or commit to being more of a defensive presence? Does his game have another gear?
I
think all of those are great questions.
I do too. Now, you and I have talked about whether or not Fox has another level to get to. I
was thinking about it yesterday.
I haven't thought
I was
about
thinking
that.
about it on the car ride home.
Does Doma? Because I kind of feel like we've hit the ceiling with him. Maybe not though. Why are we asking that about Fox and not asking that about Domas? That's very interesting.
Sabonis is 27 years old.
He could get to superstar
very
status.
much in his prime right now.
Do you have Fox or Domas as a superstar? They were both top 25, right?
Yes, though the Ringer had their own ratings today and had De'Aaron at number 17. So
where's your cutoff line for superstar?
I think
5, 10.
Yeah, I think
it's got to be 10, right?
I think there's 8 to 10 superstars in the NBA, and even then, to me, it's a fluid number that changes all the time.
Man, I feel like Fox is more likely to make a leap.
Yes, in terms of superstardom, yes.
Yeah.
I think it'd be tough for Sabonis because for Sabonis,
it's fair to
reaching
question.
another level is getting into the Jokic Embiid category, and I just can't. I see him, and even now he's short of that, but I can see him getting just short of that, if that makes sense. But
it's fair to at least question, though.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't questioned that all summer.
Yeah.
We haven't really talked about, can he get to that?
And what does that look like?
Oh, if he gets to that level,
yeah.
I mean, forget like the Murray and the Fox talk.
Sure.
If he gets to the next level, that's man, the more and more I'm thinking about it,
the wheels are turning.
Then they really are, because the more and more I'm thinking about it, the Kings might be, we talked about how they have the least amount of questions or whatever, but they might be the team with the most amount of people on their team that can take a jump. Because even though Fox and Domas were all
this was the case for just about everybody. We talked about the Harrison Barnes, his potential for a leap. Keegan Murray, of course.
Night, if he gets a jump shot.
Can't Malik Monk
Sasha's a question mark
as well?
Yeah.
Like Kevin
a lot
Huerter.
of guys, if any of them take a big leap, they can improve upon last year, which
big.
makes all the more John Hollinger. Have we efforted him, by the way? Is Nate still working on that?
There's no way. I think he's going to pull a Steven Ruiz, where I think you said like he got a request from every single outlet and
turned
said
him down.
no to all of them.
Yeah.
So that's their player to watch, or Zach Harper's player to watch. Domantas Sabonis definitely opening up the door for a really big breakout season, or another breakout season.
Yeah, if he goes from, what was he? What were they? I know they were side by side.
What's that?
Halliburton, Domas, and
it was 22 was Halliburton, 23 was Domas, I think 24 was Fox.
Okay. Yeah, if they go from there to like
15s, 15 and higher, that's a different conversation.
That's true.
He writes the contract year guy. Obviously, do you know who's on a contract year this season?
Definitely not Harrison Barnes.
Not Harrison Barnes anymore.
Definitely not Domas Sabonis.
Not Sabonis anymore.
Malik Monk.
Oh, Malik Monk.
It is Malik Monk, who is on a contract year.
I would have got there, Kyle, but thank you.
We've seen just how ridiculously explosive he can be off the bench with his scoring. Monk is in a contract year and could be in line for a big payday. He might end up being the NBA Sixth Man of the Year. If Monk has another year like last season, will he become too expensive for the Kings to retain? Which I believe the Kings have already kind of preemptively addressed this with the Sabonis extension. A big part of him, quote unquote, not taking the most money he possibly could.
Why do you do it like that?
Because I do agree that, because Sabonis wasn't going to get paid $40 million a year. That's more what it is.
If he has a breakout season, even if he has a year like last year, Chris, you have to understand the money's different.
It's different. It is different.
40, is 40 is the new 30 or whatever Jay-Z song was.
It's still not great though. It's still not it's more just like the category of guys who also make 30 or 40. I would much rather have Sabonis again continue to be as a GM. The goal is to have these guys on. Obviously players want every single dollar they can, but as the person building the team, you want everyone to be on a discount, and I don't think Sabonis is on a discount, but I would much rather be at the figure he's at now than at the dollar figure he could have.
Fair enough. So you don't think it was taking a discount? You think that's what he should have gotten?
That's what he should have gotten.
Right,
and I think
enough.
There's a sprinkling of truth to what John Hollinger was saying about the Kings outbidding nobody
themselves. But it might become a discount.
Yes,
as we see the money grow.
Yes, in 3 to 4 years, it's going to look like a discount.
But back to Monk being the what was it?
The contract year guy who
potentially
could play himself into being too expensive for this team.
Now, you and Whitey over the summer, every week or every day or whatever, did bold predictions.
Every day.
And one of them for you was a big trade. Could he be a trade piece? Because oftentimes you trade guys that are in their contract year.
That would be tough for the Kings just because they have intentions of winning. I mean, if you're going to lose Malik Monk or trade him in the middle of the year, that's to me a sign that things went terribly wrong and you're trying to refocus or reshift the plan of attack. Because I mean, I would think that they're going to try and retain him however they can. I think they're going to try. And then one of my bold predictions was also, I think the way they're going to do that is, it wouldn't surprise me with all of this reshuffling now, especially Malik Monk at some point just enters the starting lineup, because he's a guy who he's still young in his career. We can't forget him and De'Aaron Fox are the same age. He could potentially, if he has another good season, to Zach's point here, he could say, hey, I've came off the bench. I think I've proven myself as a scorer. I feel like I can start for one of 30 NBA teams, and he might seriously. It just comes down to what his priority is. If he wants to start, if he wants more money, or if he wants to be part of a winning organization, or I shouldn't say winning organization with the Kings in the same sentence yet, but if he wants to be on this winning situation with some guys that he likes and knows, it all depends on what Malik's going to value this offseason, and we just don't have really any indication of what that's going to be yet.
You're going down my path. Multiple starting lineups. We've already seen Duarte.
Yeah.
Could we see Monk?
I think Monk and Sasha are definitely candidates for it, for
I'm
sure.
just saying. I might become right, even though Mike Brown said that he's not going to tinker with. First of all, said not tinkering with the starting five. Then only said 2 spots are guaranteed.
Yep.
So that's talking out of both
Yes,
sides of your mouth.
yes,
but that's okay.
That's all right.
Well, it looks like there's more meat on the bone
a lot more
there.
here.
So we will
We
will
continue
revisit
this?
that.
Okay.
But we have to get to. I mean, we wouldn't be a sports show without talking about James Harden.
Sure.
And his fat suit.
Yep.
That might come out shortly. News developing. I thought the news had ended. Thought he was going to be professional. Apparently not. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're looking at plenty of sunshine for today, light northwest winds, and it's going to run warmer. Expect highs in the upper 80s to about 90 degrees in a few spots, and overnight lows in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down in a heartbeat. So remember to be a little more alert on the road and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Sactown Sports is home to the Kings, Niners, and now the business of sports. Hosted by Kelly Brothers and brought to you by Cap Trust, offering customized, independent financial advice at captrust.com. Join Kelly Brothers, Carmichael, Dave, and Jason as they look at the business of sports every Thursday at 7:40 a.m. You want to know how sports really work? Follow the money with Kelly Brothers from Cap Trust on Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Sacramento. We are just flying by here on Sactown Sports 1140 alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. You can be heard. You can also be read. It's up to you. Call or text the show, 916-339-1140. You can also check us out live streaming on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports. Jump up in the chat. You can also vote on the poll. Must the Kings make the second round of the playoffs this year? Your options are yes, they do, or no, as long as they make the playoffs. We will get back to that athletic article here throughout the show. And we will get to some football for all you people out there, and plus fun in the 40s. That's coming up at 12:45. Bottom of the hour, more NBA 2023 talk. But right now, we have to, unfortunately, Chris. I mean, you gave us kudos for not bringing up the
Charger fan.
By the way,
Fiasco.
a Charger fan friend called into the Carmichael Dave with Jason Ross show and said that he could vouch for her.
Yeah.
That they go to Charger games together.
She's part of like
community or something.
Like the Chargers Cabana Club or something like that. She's
Is
in
that
charge
sponsored?
Of. I don't believe so, but I believe
get
it's
that sponsored.
Just 5 people hanging out.
Yeah, right. Underneath the cabana watching.
Spoken like a true Charger fan over there.
No.
Former Charger fan.
Recovering Charger
Recovering
fan.
Charger fan. Very good. But James Harden, Chris, I guess he's the gift that keeps on giving, except I don't really like talking about him.
With it. I'm so tired of James Harden in this stupid story.
He's the guy, though, that has plenty of backup in terms of people that said that he, I'm a coulda, woulda, shoulda guy.
Yep.
Big coulda, woulda, shoulda guy. I love doing coulda, woulda, shoulda. But he coulda, woulda, shoulda if not for these things. I would say number one, they had Chris Paul. They had Kevin Durant. I'm sorry. They had Kevin Durant.
Yep.
Why am I blanking? Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook. I'm sorry, I swapped out two guys that have never won a ring for each other. They had Russell Westbrook, they had Kevin Durant, Serge Ibaka, and James Harden, and they shipped James Harden out. So that's one coulda.
Mm-hmm.
Then the maybe shoulda when Chris Paul, I believe, tore his calf or strained his calf or something, but they were
always getting hurt.
They were up on the Warriors in that playoff series.
Yeah.
They probably would have.
Yeah, if they didn't miss 27 straight threes. Yeah.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
God, that was such an ugly game.
It was not great.
I can't believe the Warriors won that game.
I still have nightmares about it. I'm not even a Rockets fan.
Anyways, there's a bunch of coulda, woulda, shouldas with James Harden, but now he's at this spot, right, with the Sixers.
Yep.
And he went to China, said he would never play for an organization that Daryl Morey was a part of, except he's part of the organization. He missed, I believe, the first 2 workouts and then showed up to the third and said, I'm going to be a professional. He said, I'm standing by that. I don't want to be a part of this team. Obviously, he wants to go to L.A. He's from L.A. Plus, let's face it, James Harden would love L.A. Much more than he would probably love Philly. But today, the news comes out, Chris, missed practice. You say what?
I just don't understand what's going on because the weird thing is, do we have the Maxey audio? Because Tyrese Maxey earlier this week, or it was either earlier this week or late last week, said this about how Harden was during practice, which I thought was interesting.
Everyone that I've talked to, like around the team and on the team, has said like the training camp vibes were actually really awesome, despite the uncertainty and sort of the James Harden situation. Why do you think that is? Like, I've been on enough teams to know something like that can sort of derail the vibes.
Right. I mean, first of all, I'm gonna give a shout out to Jay because he didn't make it weird at all. You know, he came in and he was very like, it's not what I was expecting. I'm just gonna be honest, not what I expected. He was very like receptive. He worked hard. He did all the drills. He was talking to even like young guys that he didn't know. Think about James Harden, MVP, scoring champ, 2-time assist leader. Like he's sitting there talking to guys like Ricky Council, like, hey, when you're in help, you should do this. Like, I'm like, it's not what I was picturing. You know what I'm saying? And then,
okay, that was JJ Redick's podcast.
Yes.
I want to just start by saying, if anybody asked me what was your time like with Chris Watkins on air, I hope that my first words aren't, he showed up.
He showed up.
He talked on the microphone.
Yep.
He watched the game.
It's not what I was expecting. I'm just
not what I was expecting.
He finished the segments.
Yeah. I was expecting Chris to show up late, not know what he was talking about, have no opinions on anything. I mean, that's like the bare minimum, and he's saying it like it's praise.
The
Chris.
funny thing is, JJ Redick points out in like a minute or so later, he's like, "I want to stop you, Tyrese, because the reason why you're expecting it is because that's what I'm telling you.
Supposed to do.
Like we forget." He went through the Ben Simmons saga, and he doesn't.
That's a good point.
This is not. Hold on a second. No, hold on. I want to let you finish your thought, but I want to just point out, and I love Ben, but of course it wasn't what you were picturing because of what happened when Ben showed up for training camp practice.
I love Ben too. It's like one of my guys.
He's my guy, but of course it wasn't what you were picturing.
Listen, it's sad to say this, but like this is normal for me.
Oh my God. How traumatized are these young Sixers?
Oh man!
Oh my gosh!
This is normal for me. Is great.
That's crazy.
He showed up.
That's like Sacramento Kings level dysfunction right there. When your young players are like,
man,
no, it's actually kind of normal for guys to show up.
Yeah.
And then like we don't know as a team whether or not we're cool, whether he's playing, or if he does show up. If it's like, are you here or like? Are you just physically here?
Yeah.
I don't know what's normal. The initial point is I don't know how it goes from what Tyrese was initially explaining of, James showed up, seemed professional, helping the young guys, was doing drills, didn't have his phone in his pocket while wearing sweatpants.
Shot the ball.
Yeah, shot the ball.
Dribbled the ball. Passed the ball, was there.
I forgot about the phone and the sweatpants
I
thing.
have
That was
no
great.
idea.
What was that?
How, Ben Simmons.
Sorry, you missed me on that.
Ben Simmons, when he was at the practice, when he quote unquote showed up to those Sixer practices before being kicked out, he wore sweatpants, which is relatively normal. but he had his phone in his pocket.
Wow.
And I guess like, you know, when you have your phone in
course, you can
sweatpants,
see it,
it's
yeah.
just like swinging all over the place. So
while he was working
while
out?
he was
Oh,
doing
man.
drills and stuff. And so, yeah, James didn't show. So I don't understand how it goes from actually James Harden is surprising me by how involved he is in practices and how he seemingly is acting like everything's fine and normal. How does it go from that to now? Yeah, James is missing practice. I think Shams put out this morning that that there's still ongoing conversations with the Clippers, but it's nowhere near being done. And so I assumed it was because things are close to getting done. But if that's not the case, I don't know. Maybe Tyrese Maxey was throwing up a smokescreen or something, but I can't imagine how this situation is not weird for Philadelphia. I guess I didn't really factor in the fact that this is kind of normal for them.
Nothing better than the description of he showed up.
He showed up.
It's actually kind of normal. He was going through drills. Yeah, he was going. That's what he's getting paid to do.
Millions.
And here's the thing. I think you said this.
He opted into it. Actually.
Yeah, and I think because he wants the money, obviously, but he's looking for a long-term deal, which is why he's mad at Morey. But I think you've said this on air before. Harden would behoove him to show up and be professional and be great so that he does
have value,
expedite the trade to if the Clippers or anybody else. But the only way he's not going to do that. Well, I guess he's been traded in a fat suit before. So maybe they've rewarded his bad behavior
That's
before.
The problem.
But you would think that the best case scenario for him is to do great and be wanted by other teams.
Yes.
And
especially if he wants a long contract.
Get a trade. Yeah, well, that too. I mean, he's going to have to play his tail off to get in because right now he doesn't have a contract next year.
No.
Anyways, the James Harden
gift that keeps on giving
continues.
In a weird way.
Yeah, in a bad way. Because it's the ugly side of sports. To be fully honest,
and it's scary because it's when is it going to be your team?
Yeah,
that's what it comes down to with the and that's what the NBA doesn't want to happen.
Yeah.
But it's funny when it's happening in Philadelphia, but if this were happening in Sacramento, people would be depressed.
For sure. I mean, be happy, Kings fans. You don't have any disgruntled players.
Strange. For the first time ever
on your roster.
I can remember, the Kings have a quiet offseason.
For sure. Coming up next, more NBA season talk as we are 6 days away. Man, I thought it was a week. 6 days away. So we're kicking off on Tuesday. Is that going to be a TNT Tuesday?
Yes, it is.
Because I know the NBA is smart, unlike Major League Baseball, and they don't go up against the NFL. Exactly. So
that whole thing.
They'll be kicking off on Tuesday. So we'll go around the NBA. We have some sound from Antonio Daniels. I always liked him as a player. Always wanted him on.
Sure,
not a starter, not a star, but always liked him. We will get to him on Harden and a whole bunch of stuff, including one of my favorite commentators, now hired to be a senior consultant for one of the NBA contenders. We will get into that next. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Sacramento, join us at Hornet Stadium this Saturday for 916 night as the top-ranked Sacramento State Hornets are back home for a nationally televised primetime game. Kickoff is at 7:30 as the Hornets welcome in the Montana State Bobcats to Hornet Stadium in a crucial Big Sky matchup. Help us pack Hornet Stadium and show your Sacramento pride. Stick around after the game for post-game fireworks. Get your tickets now at hornetsports.com. Stingers up and go Hornets.
Cooler temperatures mean it's time to reduce your outdoor water use. Water 1 day per week on Saturday or Sunday from November 1st through February 29th. Learn more about your home's watering schedule at sacwaterwise.com.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. If you're a small business owner, listen up. Pi Insurance wants to give you one of those aha moments, the kind that could save you money. Workers' comp is probably one of the biggest costs you face. But did you know that insurance providers have flexibility in setting their prices? That's right. But many don't bother giving small businesses the savings you deserve. Instead, you can get lumped in with other businesses and overcharged. Pi Insurance was created to change that. With Pi, you get a quote tailored specifically to your business, and you could save up to 30% with no hassle and no hidden fees. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. Take 3 minutes to see how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or go to trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I love being a bartender. I love waiting tables. But at the end of my shift, my feet were killing me. And so I had to pretend like I was having a good time. And really, I couldn't wait to sit down. But it wasn't just my feet. It was also my knees were achy. A lot of neck pain, too. I was in so much pain. I kind of lost hope, really. And then I saw the Good Feet store, and that's when everything changed.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Kristen enjoy their work again without their feet getting in the way.
It was pretty shocking to realize that I'd been in so much pain and suddenly I'm completely pain-free. Now that I have the Good Feet arch supports, I don't have to pretend to be happy. I'm genuinely happy. So cheers. My name is Kristen, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good afternoon, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. The Sacramento Kings are facing the Golden State Warriors in preseason game number 4 of 5 tonight in San Francisco. Coverage begins at 5:30 p.m. here on Sactown Sports. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. with the G-Man. In baseball, Game 3 between the Texas Rangers and Houston Astros is at 5 o'clock p.m. today. The Astros are trying to be the first team in MLB history to come back in a 7-game series after losing the first 2 games at home. Game 4 of the WNBA Finals between the Las Vegas Aces and New York Liberty is tonight at 5 o'clock p.m. If the Las Vegas Aces win, they will be the first back-to-back WNBA champions since 2002. It is 12:33, which means it's time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. Those are your headlines. It's time for more of Chris & Co. right here on Sactown Sports.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. Coming up at 12:45, we all plead the fifth together. We choose not to testify as we have fun in the 40s alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah, Sactown Sports 1140. You can call or text the show, 916-339-1140. You can jump up in the YouTube chat as we are live streaming. And Chris, I believe you have a WNBA hat on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we got to give some love
Please.
to that, as Kyle in
Please.
the update said that we could have a back-to-back champion for the first time in a long time. That's not what I'm rooting for.
Unlikely tonight, let me tell you.
You like the Liberty at home.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, the Aces are definitely going to be down one of their more important players in Chelsea Gray, and then they're also going to be missing Kaya Stokes, who has been starting at center for them. So they're going to be a little shorthanded tonight, and Yeah, I mean, the Liberty took it to them in game 3, and you know, I kind of I've been expecting this thing to go 5 the entire time. I think these are definitely the 2 best teams in the W right now, and it's going to be what everyone wants to see is a single game elimination between these 2 juggernaut organizations, and hopefully this is just the start of what is a really, really great rivalry for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, for sure. And game 5 will be in the desert. I'm rooting for the Liberty for the reason of the name of a person that I cannot say. So you can maybe say it. I cannot pronounce it.
Which one? Sabrina?
Yes.
Ionescu?
Well, yeah. I can say Sabrina.
Yeah.
I can say that. As Whitey makes fun of me for not being able to say
Orlovsky.
Just said it. Named it. But yes, Sabrina, Bay Area.
Yeah.
Born and bred.
Yeah.
Baby.
She was a monster in high school.
So,
oh,
yeah.
my God. Yeah. And again,
I'm rooting
I think
for her.
we were talking about CIFs the other day. She's another person that you could have seen if you were at the CIF championship.
I probably did and didn't even know it.
Did. Yeah, exactly. And that's how it goes there.
Yeah. So coming up 12:45, we will have fun in the 40s. We will go around the wacky world of sports. But right now we stick with the NBA, not the WNBA. And we have some 2023 talk specifically. You know, look, I think of the storylines, if I were to say just off the top of your head, I gave you no prep for this, which is a flag on me, 5-yard flag. But
it's okay, I'm ready.
I almost like it this way. I would rather you not have prep for it. I just say top 5 storylines.
Okay, that's a lot.
Sorry.
Okay.
You can give me top 3.
I can just I mean, it's almost better because it's truly off the, whatever sticks out.
Exactly. Top 5 storylines for the NBA. I'll go first to give you some time.
Sure.
I will say Dame in Milwaukee.
Yes,
just
absolutely.
Because, look, as I told you, one of my buddies who I respect a ton in terms of his NBA knowledge, basketball knowledge in general, this guy watches high school games.
Yeah.
That's how crazy he is. He thinks that the Bucks just outright got worse. He thinks he would take Holiday over Dame by
very
itself.
Willing to have that conversation.
Really?
I am very willing to have that conversation.
So you're not a low-hanging fruit guy because I'm the bling-blingy. Dame is just more flashy than Holiday.
I think that they switched styles. I don't know if they necessarily got better for it.
Really?
Like, I mean, I am also I
hope he's listening because he'll love to hear that. Not a lot of people are saying that, Chris.
I think it's a lot like the Kings, where the Kings are possibly sacrificing some offense to get better at defense, and you might find that your elite offense is what made you so good in the first place. And I feel like Milwaukee could end up doing that, where they're elite defense, so elite defensively that you took a I don't know if it's a major.
No, it's not a major.
You took a step back defensively. Is that gonna how much is that gonna swing what your identity was as a team?
All right, well,
it's just a question. It's
Well, let's further this conversation because I would say maybe they went from a 10 to an 8 defensively. But I think they went from like a 7 to a 10 offensively.
So that's the thing,
but I might also just be a victim of going after the flashy name. And for me, just having Dame over Holiday just looks sexier. You know what I mean?
Dame is pretty ridiculous offensively. So I think you're okay to feel like it is a major, major jump in that side because it is. But it is also people, I feel like, forget that Drew Holiday was no slouch on the offensive end either. He's not Marcus Smart. He's not Patrick Beverly. Drew Holiday is a more than capable offensive player in this league. For sure. So
he's not.
It's in that sense, like it might be going from an 8 to a 10 and maybe not even a 7 to a 10. So that's the thing and their depth in general is not good. I mean, they let go of Grayson Allen as well in that trade. So now they realistically are running Dame, Pat Connaughton, I assume is starting at the 2 now. Middleton, Giannis, Brook Lopez.
That's pretty loaded up front, though.
Yeah, but then your depth, Brook Lopez is 36 or 37 years old. Chris Middleton's coming off of an injury last season. Giannis is coming off of an injury in the playoffs, though I don't think that'll be an issue. Dame hasn't finished a season in like 4 years. And then their depth is essentially Bobby Portis, who's one of the best 6 men you could have. But then you have like Jay Crowder, and you're hoping Jay Crowder is good. And you have Malik Beasley, and you're hoping he can be efficient. You have who else do they have? They got some young guys that they're hoping are gonna be something for them. It's a risky proposition. You're not deep, but definitely your top end talent is great. But you also have to keep your top end talent.
I think they have
incredibly
campaign
healthy
now too.
cannot stand campaign. I
he's
cannot
kind of
stand
annoying.
campaign. I would much rather play Javon
He was
Carter.
a Phoenix Sun, and he
not a fan.
he irritated me.
Not a
Anyways, I would go number 2. I would go, I mean, in no particular order, but to be myopic, I would say which of the guys from the Kings are going to jump out if they are going to number 2, and then 3.
I wouldn't say that's like a generic NBA.
No,
that's like
I was saying myopic. I
Okay.
mean, but just like in terms of me personally, my 5 storylines, it would be Dame Dollar, and it would be the Kings, and who's going to jump out, and then it would be the Lakers with all their additions. It would be the Suns, which has got to be the most crazy roster you will ever see. But then 5 would be going a little bit south here in California, and the whole CP3 and the Warriors thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I think, Chris, just knowing the organization and having some inside intel, they were fully planning on making like the Wiseman, Kuminga. They were planning on making that transition.
Second era.
And then the Warriors won that random title, which I think will be an outlier. But then they kind of like, okay, well, we got to run it back, as we say in our promos. The Kings are running it back. The Warriors had to run it back and keep all those guys, so they didn't make that transition. They trade away Wiseman. Then they bring in CP3 because of maybe the fight between Green and Poole or whatever it is. But how exactly all that's going to play out? Right now, they're all speaking like it's all roses, but how do you think that's ultimately going to play out on the court?
I definitely agree with you, and that's the big thing is how is it going to play out on the court? I think the Warriors have similar depth issues where they're pretty top heavy as well, and they're going to be relying a lot on guys like Podziemski and I think Dario Saric is going to be a really big player for them this year as well.
I like that guy.
You got to also hope that is our guy Moses Moody finally going to have a jump? And you want to talk about jumps? My goodness, we've gone 3 days here and we haven't even mentioned Jonathan Kuminga, who absolutely lit the Kings on fire, but has been incredible all preseason.
Yep.
He's averaging 26 per game through 3 games in this preseason.
5.7 rebounds, 54.5 from the field, 47 from 3-point.
So, like, if he makes a
I
jump,
meant to bring that up.
What does that do? Like, what does that do for this Warrior team, and how does that change their calculus? And is he inserted into the starting lineup? And then that's a whole different conversation. It was already tough enough to get Chris Paul into that starting lineup.
It's so weird. It's like, do you bench Wiggins? Do you bench Green? Is
Klay Thompson somebody who might have to come off the bench?
They're going to be like, I talk about the Kings, but I feel like they've got enough of their identity kind of solidified. The Warriors, I think that's going to be fluid throughout the entire year.
They don't have any answers to what they're doing this year, and that's why I think it's gonna take them a while to get off the starting block, if you will.
Yeah.
I think
Klay
I agree
looked
with
good
you.
on Sunday.
Yeah, I think I agree with you for the most part of just everything, the biggest storylines. I would definitely say the Chris Paul stuff, definitely Phoenix for sure. I mean, that was the big thing. The Dame trade was the big story of the offseason. I'm still looking at Denver. Like, how are they going to not bounce back, but how are they going to respond after winning the championship last year? I think Bruce Brown was a really big piece. I think Jeff Green was a sneaky good, big piece for them as well. They've got another young crop of rookies that they really like, but can Denver continue to be the class of the Western Conference? Because they were the best team for months in the regular season last year. I don't know if they're going to have the same level of dominance and just kind of be at a different tier of everyone else in the Western Conference. I wonder if they're going to kind of get mucked up in the water of how tough this Western Conference is. And then for me, I would love to throw the Kings thing in there, but I mean, there's so many storylines. I want to say Ja Morant and how that progresses, but honestly, I'm looking at Dallas.
You won't know until 20 games in or whatever.
I am very intrigued by Dallas.
Irving and
just Kyrie and Luka. And again, I can going to continue to point at Luka being a generational talent and putting up ridiculous numbers, and just kind of how Dallas has low-key not wasted his career so far, because they did make a Western Conference Finals, but they have not been able to find what they want to do in terms of building around Luka. And how many more years is Luka going to be floundering about until he starts to kind of get like how all of these other NBA superstars are and say, hey, I want out of here, or I want you guys to realistically go all in to win a championship? Because people are going to start asking questions and going to start being a lot more critical. You can feel the shift of the conversation around Luka Doncic from, oh my God, look at this guy, to Oh, he kind of complains about fouls a lot. Oh, he kind of puts up numbers and his team doesn't have success. That narrative is just going to keep on going until he actually has something tangible that he can say, no, look at this. I accomplished this. And so that's definitely something I'm looking for this year.
Absolutely. And with Kyrie Irving, everything is always interesting for sure. Coming up next, fun in the 40s. We all plead the fifth together. We go around the wacky world of sports next with Chris Watkins. I'm Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted, ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner.
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up autosave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools, one bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Autosave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Get ultimate durability and extreme weather performance with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and save $10. Plus get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Igor, my faithful companion, it is time to prepare for the night. The shadows grow long, and the creatures of the night stir with excitement.
Yes, Master Dracula. What do you require of me?
I need you to fire up the hearse. Elk Grove Kia is having a Halloween sale that is to die for. We're going to upgrade you a new car worthy of the Prince of Darkness. I'm so excited. It is making my blood shiver.
But Master, with your credit history, aren't you worried you're going to get turned down?
Igor, shut up. Elk Grove Kia's finance department has over 100 years of experience. They can even get me approved, even with my troubled past. And Elk Grove Kia's exclusive 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty on all new Kias, it's almost like having an immortal car.
Elk Grove Kia's Halloween sale is so good, it's scaring the competition. In fact, it's so scary, we can't even advertise the pricing. So whether you're in need of a new or used car, make your way to Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or visit us at elkgrovekia.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
It's time now for the Silver and Black Report, brought to you by ACR Home Services. For all your roofing and solar needs, visit acrhomeservices.com. In a game featuring several connections with New England, who would have guessed that it would be Brian Hoyer finishing the game? With 3 stints in New England, Hoyer played the second half for the injured Jimmy G. The 21 points was a season high and the second straight win for Las Vegas. They're now at 500 at 3-3. That's your Silver and Black Report, brought to you by ACR Solar and Home Services. Let ACR Home Services be your one-stop shop for all your home needs, starting with unbeatable roofing services. Right now, get a new roof and receive $1,000 off that roof. So sign up today and save with no payment for up to 12 months. And ACR is more than just a roofing company. Whether it's roofing, solar, electrical work, you name it, when you choose ACR Home Services, you're not just getting a contractor, you're partnering with a team that's invested in your satisfaction. That's ACR Home Services.
The city of Sacramento offers grass conversion rebates to help you replace your thirsty lawn with a naturally water-efficient landscape. Whether you own a home or business in Sacramento, you may be eligible. Learn more at sacwaterwise.com.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Yes, sir. Sactown Sports, 1140. He's Chris Watkins.
Yes, sir.
I am Zakariah. Top of the hour, final hour, if you will. We had Niners on the rundown.
Yeah,
we're scrapping that.
Scrap it
because we have more meat on the bone, Chris. And anytime there's meat on the bone, you don't want to waste food.
No,
you know what I'm saying? So we're going to go back to that athletic article about your Sacramento Kings. And as we've learned, people want to hear about the Kings.
All they want to.
We are the Kings Town. King's Kingdom.
Yeah.
Or what did we come up with?
King's Kingdom.
That's the one I wanted.
King's Court.
King's
just the Kingdom. That's right.
The Kingdom. That's
Kingdom.
right. All right. Kingdom.
The Court.
The Kingdom
Court
wants to hear about the Kings. So we will give the people what they want because that's our job here as sports broadcasters. But right now, it is time. Excuse me. I get all choked up just thinking about it. That's how good the intro is. It is time for Fun in the 40s.
Now, on Zakariah and Watkins, I plead the fifth.
Plead the fifth. Plead the fifth. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anything you say, 5.
Yes, indeed. We plead the fifth. Fun in the 40s as we go around the wacky world of sports. Let's start with this, though, Chris. Mm-hmm. We had it in the rundown, but we're not going to get to it. So we're going to squeeze it here in Fun in the 40s because it is fun to think about how little money, how little money. If we had his bank account, we would be happy as bleep. But in terms of the NFL, Chris, how little money Brock Purdy, who is in the MVP conversation, how much he makes. So tell the people out there. Just how much or how long, I should say, it takes other quarterbacks to make the entirety of Brock Purdy's salary for the year.
Shout out ESPN.com, which actually has this really fun interactive article, which I've never seen them pull out before, but you can scroll through every NFL quarterback and see how long it takes them to earn what Brock Purdy is going to make. Not just in a game, not in a week, not in,
not a game, not a week.
For the entire season, Brock Purdy is making a peasantry $870,000 this
must
season.
Be rough.
Poor guy.
I don't know how he pays the bills.
He's slumming it out there. And so ESPN posed the question, how quickly do the 31 other starting NFL quarterbacks take?
Okay.
How long does it take for them to earn what Brock Purdy earns in an entire season? The first one, less than a game, is this section of
guys. There's a whole tier of less than a game?
Tier of quarterbacks that make Brock Purdy's salary in less than a game.
All right.
The quickest. Who do you think is the quickest?
Well, it's got to be the highest paid guy. Highest paid guy would be the most recent guy, exactly. Burrow.
It is Lamar Jackson.
Oh, who he makes more than Burrow?
His 2023 total is $80 million.
See, that
Jackson
depends on how you
fully guaranteed deal, but he saw it in April. But he can boast getting a deal worth $52 million per year, despite not having an agent. Lamar Jackson makes what Brock Purdy makes in a whole calendar year in just 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
Not even the first quarter's not over yet.
11 minutes.
Oof, that hurts.
And Lamar Jackson earns what Brock Purdy earns in a year. Patrick Mahomes, 16 minutes.
Okay, he should be 1 minute.
Daniel Jones, 19 minutes.
Oof.
Deshaun Watson, 19 minutes.
Who would Giants fans take right now, Purdy or Jones?
Burrow, 24. I'm just going to roll through these. Dak Prescott, 29 minutes. Derek Carr, 30 minutes. My guy Kirk Cousins, 30 minutes. Josh Allen, 32 minutes. Russell Wilson, 32 minutes. Geno Smith 32 minutes, Matt Stafford 32, Tannehill 32.
How many until we get to over a game?
Over a game. Oh my goodness. Well, it's going to take a while. How about Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, just tell me how many make it in less than a game.
There is
it's got to be more than half the league.
I can't even tell because there's
that many. They don't number it.
There's 22.
Yeah, there's less people who make let me count how many people it is for 1 to 10 games. It takes Jordan Love 91 minutes.
What? Rookie deal? Oh, yeah, I guess so, yeah. They're both on rookie deals. One was drafted in the first.
There's 11 guys who take more than one game to earn what Brock Purdy does. Even Joshua Dobbs, he makes $1.5 million this year. It's going to take him 500 minutes.
Even Bryce Young is less than a game.
Bryce Young is significantly less than a game. It is, where is Bryce Young here? Yeah, CJ Stroud, Bryce Young. Bryce Young, it takes 35 minutes for him to make what Brock Purdy's going to make this entire season.
Wow.
So, yeah, just a little interesting context on just how, again, this is pointing out, if we're talking value, just pure value, don't know if there's a more valuable player in the NFL.
It took Al Michaels just calling the Giants-49ers game to make more than Brock Purdy will make all season.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, but
that's incredible.
Those numbers are pretty staggering in terms of the quarterbacks. But real quickly here, I just want to ask you what your favorite jersey is. We'll be quick here, but here's Gilbert Arenas' answer.
It would be Penny. That's the only jersey I like. Oh, the pinstripes? Yeah, that's the only jersey I like.
The blue pinstripes? That's a good pick.
That's a good. I was picturing the black one.
The black ones?
But yeah, no, the blue one too.
I like the blue ones more. That was my 2 cents.
So your favorite jersey, Chris? Got to go basketball.
It's got to be basketball? Does it have to be?
It has to be.
Okay.
I'm making the rules here as I go.
That's fine. I was going to say like the Eagles, Kelly Greens. I really like those Eagles. Like the Randall
like the Cunningham.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. Those are pretty great. The Oilers as well.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to pick the best basketball jersey of all time, I honestly really do, in a weird trolley kind of way, I do kind of really like the Raptors old jerseys that have the Raptor on them.
Interesting.
But
the Jurassic Park.
Now that I'm really thinking about it, I'm gonna say the T-Wolves. I'm gonna say the T-Wolves with the trees on
Kevin Garnett.
The Garnett early 2000s with the trees like lining the.
I like that.
Interesting.
Those were great.
All right, I got a soft spot for the Charles Barkley or Dan Marley or Kevin Johnson, whoever you want, those Suns jerseys. But I'm going to go without a doubt because this was a jersey that I had no affiliation, no love for the team, none of that. But the grandmama, Larry Johnson or Alonzo Mourning, those Hornets jerseys back in the day.
Pretty great. With the pinstripes as well, right?
And the Bumblebee or Hornet or whatever, you know. That, oh, man. Those colors were, I don't even know what that color is.
Teal.
Throwback Joe Montana 16 red and white for sure. And I'm not even a Niners fan.
It's pretty great.
But man, the 16, I had the throwback one too. And it was it.
You felt like the man.
One of those ones where you wore it at least once a week. You know what I mean? But you had to rotate the days. Anyways, but the Hornets jersey. I think I had the morning. I had the morning, not the grandmama.
Right.
But those were great. I don't even know what colors those are. I couldn't even tell you either of those two. Is one teal?
Yeah, one of them
is that teal?
Yeah, it's teal.
Is it
teal.
classified
it's like a
as
version
teal?
of teal.
Okay.
It's like I guess it's a little bit more blue.
Yeah,
I think it's teal. I would say
teal-ish.
it's teal. It's teal.
And then the other one is like what, yellowish?
For which one?
The other color in the jersey. It's like teal and yellow.
I think so. Isn't it white? I think it's white.
We'll look it up.
The current Hornets ones, which are different than the old ones, are teal, purple, and gray.
Teal, purple, and gray. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyways, the one that I had. Coming up, top of the hour, more meat on the bone. Sacramento Kings talk. We will go back to that athletic article, other elements, getting you ready for the season right around the corner, Kings fans, and we will discuss next. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's happening with Ram Power Days?
We love American muscle, and right now is the last call on new 2023 Dodge Charger and Challenger SXTs before they're gone, with lease payments as low as $399.
Well, what about all those Ram trucks I see?
Save thousands with 0% financing for 72 months and $6,000 off MSRP on all new 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn and Laramie Crew Cabs. And we all know 0% financing is almost impossible to find in 2023.
These deals can't last long, so hurry into Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and see their whole inventory at hobletdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
Take 0% financing for 72 months plus $6,000 dealer discount. Offer on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. Must have 700 plus FICO score to qualify. 0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand borrowed. Lease new 2023 Dodge Charger or Challenger SXT for $399 a month for 42 months with $49.95 due at signing plus tax, license fees, and any accessories. Offer subject to credit approval through U.S. Bank with 10,000 allowable miles per year. 25 cents per mile excess mileage charge. 5 each net savings. See dealer for details.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned certified cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our certified cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
This is the Red and Gold Report, brought to you by EB Stone. EB Stone for the life of your garden. Well, it was a gut punch week for the 49ers, losing their first game in a calendar year to the Cleveland Browns 19-17 on the road. Brock Purdy had his worst performance of his career, only throwing for 125 passing yards, 1 touchdown, and throwing his first interception of the season. Despite that, the 49ers had a chance to win the game, but missed it late due to a missed field goal by rookie kicker Jake Moody from 41 yards out. The 49ers will look to make good in Week 7 when they go on the road again against the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football.
With over 100 years as a family-owned company, EB Stone's learned a few things about making plants grow. Start a healthy family hobby with indoor planting with EB Stone's Edna's Best indoor and outdoor potting soil to help your little plants grow into the perfect indoor plant for the kids and family to enjoy. EB Stone's indoor and outdoor potting soil is perfectly blended with all the important ingredients you need to create that perfect indoor and outdoor plant or garden. EB Stone for the life of your garden. Visit ebstone.org for more gardening tips, products, and locations near you.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own report.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I have terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good afternoon, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. The Sacramento Kings are facing the Golden State Warriors in preseason game number 4 of 5 tonight at San Francisco. Coverage begins at 5:30 here on Sactown Sports. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. with the G-Man. Sacramento State football is at home this Saturday night for a nationally televised primetime game against the Montana State Bobcats. Kickoff is at 7:30 p.m. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com. All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Those are your headlines. Let's return to the final hour of Chris & Co. here on Sactown Sports.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Oh, fun story time. That's what we have in the commercial breaks. Welcome back in Sacramento alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. We got 3 hours in the books. Show has flown by.
Yeah.
1 hour to go. We got some Kings talk for you, a bunch of NFL news to get to, and then, of course, crosstalk with the Drive guys, Whitey and Draper. We will do that at 1:45. You can always join the show, be heard or read, 916-339-1140. We put a poll up on YouTube. We are live streaming. Just search Sactown Sports. We have some votes in, and pretty much 3/4 to 1/4. The question is, must the Kings make the second round of the playoffs this year? Options are yes, they do, and also no, as long as they make the playoffs. 77% of the people, Chris, say yes, they do. They side with me.
Put that in my pipe and smoke it.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that you're taking the stance that they don't really.
It's not that they're not capable of doing it.
Yeah, or that you're not even expecting it.
Yeah.
But it's more like it's not like it has to be done.
It's not,
which is where I'm at.
Which I understand why there's tons of people saying that, because it is like a line of progression. If you're going to look at the results, if 5 years from now you're going to look at, oh, how did the last 5 years of the Kings go? And you're going to say, oh, it seems like they made the first round here, and then they didn't really get better. They just made the first round again the following year and got eliminated. I understand why on the surface that doesn't look great, but I'm telling you, like, playing through the season and just all the random things that can happen throughout
and
the
how
year.
Much better the West got.
The West is ridiculous. Like, I think
the Suns and the Lakers are really going to be a thorn in my side.
I'm just not going to say this season was a failure because we didn't reach the second round.
You. Well, that's what I'm doing.
No, and I get
hot
it.
take McGee, Chris.
I don't even think it is. I mean, no, I wouldn't say it's a hot take. I would say it's a passionate take.
Yeah.
But I'm just not there yet. And,
I got you.
You know, I will gladly temper expectations if that's going to be my role.
Coming up at 1:15.
Wet blanket. It's Wednesday, y'all. Come on.
Wet blanket Wednesday.
Get in the spirit.
Is that a thing? Do you like bring in a blanket?
No, why do you just try
to
blanket? Yeah, it was just. It's not even that it was. You know, it was intentional. It's just I lived that wet blanket lifestyle.
Bring it back. Let's throw a wet blanket on Malik Monk having a breakout season. Let's do it.
My goodness.
Coming up at 1:15, 3 Kings in the top 100 again, but one guy that's different than the last time they had the third guy. The 2 guys are just obvious. I would have thought a guy that wasn't in either rankings would have been obvious, but apparently not. So we'll get to that at 1:15. But right now, more meat on the bone, and we don't waste food around here at Sactown Sports, Chris. So let's get back to that article from The Athletic. We talked about what? We talked about contract year guy.
Yeah.
We talked about breakout player guy.
Mm-hmm.
What else do we got?
We've got the biggest question this season for the Sacramento Kings, and we're also going to do biggest obstacle as well.
Let me guess question.
Yes, biggest question.
Is it about a specific person or just for the team?
Team.
Defense.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Does the defense show up for Mike Brown? The Kings' defense struggled to cover key spots on the court while they were bad at giving up 3-pointers. They allowed the second most points in the paint amongst playoff teams, 53.5 per game.
That was all 26th
in
was
the
that
NBA.
All Looney?
I think that's a lot of them just not having many big men to go to outside of Sabonis, and even Sabonis not being great at protecting the paint. Yes, they may get torched by 3 on occasion, but they must find balance.
It was all Looney. The Warriors don't even have any big men. When did Looney become Will Chamberlain? I don't understand it. And he did it again on Sunday. I don't. They've got to figure out if they acquire somebody at the trade deadline just to stop Looney, I'll be happy. I like honestly like being in the Bay Area and knowing that team. Looney is not the guy that you focus on. Looney should never be the focal point.
Right.
Looney was the craw in the side of the Kings in the playoffs. I mean, double-digit offensive rebounds, not just rebounds, offensive rebounds in the first half. Anyways, so the defense is definitely a question, and we've seen with Mike Brown, he's already sending messages both through the starting lineup that he's putting out there and also his quotes to the press. He's letting everybody know you're on notice. Like, we were the best offense last year, but you better hold your end and hold your own when it comes to the defensive side.
I will also say that the points in the paint is not just on the big men. It's also on the perimeter defense, allowing people to have free lanes to the rim, thus making it tough to protect said rim.
Yeah, who said something about Murray? They were impressed with Murray's rebounding.
That was me.
So,
that was me like an hour ago.
Oh, okay. Was it today?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
The biggest
Sometimes
obstacle.
I'm spinning plates.
It's okay. The biggest obstacle for the Kings this season. This is actually an interesting one. Something I don't think I've heard anyone actually talk about or talk about in length. Playing with expectations will be the biggest obstacle for the Kings this year. Zach Harper writes, funny enough, I've seen many predictions for a massive Kings regression this season, like we were talking about with John Hollinger, maybe even missing the playoffs, as we mentioned with John Hollinger. I don't see that happening. They were able to surprise people for the first half of last season. Now they'll be taken seriously from day one. Zach Harper questions, can they replicate and build on last season's magic? That
You
is
want to
not
go
something
first or
we've
do you
talked
want me to go?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to say this. Eye roll emoji. Okay. Eye roll emoji to them being healthy all of last year. Eye roll emoji to our very own and Monty we trust. Okay. And I hate to throw any bad stuff his way, but eye roll emoji to the whole sneaking up on people last year. When you play a basketball game, you roll the ball out and you try hard to win the game. It's not like, oh, it's the Kings, so we're not going to try today. I get that, like, and the whole revenge game. I've told you, this has irritated me for a long time. Like the revenge game. So really, because you're playing against your former team, you're going to try harder tonight than you are 2 nights from now when you play a team that was not your former team. I can't stand that narrative. So the whole sneaking up on, they know that the other team is talented. So for me, every team, I would like to believe, tries equally as hard in every game, unless we're talking about the difference between regular season and playoffs. That's different.
I definitely don't think that the Kings were taken light. I shouldn't say that. Well, no, I will say the Kings were not taken lightly for the entirety of the first half of last year. I think that they were it took them a while to kind of figure out how they were. I think that it's not like you're saying. I don't think it's the fact that, you know, teams are like, oh, it's the Kings, same old Kings as always. We don't need to care about tonight. I mean, the Kings started 0-4. If the Kings were being taken lightly, they
would have been then
picked up some wins at the beginning of the season. But I think it's just, it took a while for things to kind of get connected. And it took a while for Mike Brown to find his rotation, find his footing. He was in a new situation. Everything was new. Took those guys some time to get together. I think this year they have the benefit of having continuity and knowing who they are and what they're running. And I think if anything, they're going to get off to a great start this year because they're just more prepared. I don't think it has anything to do with sneaking up on people. I think it's just they know who they are from day one, and they don't have to spend time starting KZ Okpala for 2 games, going through this big man rotation of Rashawn Holmes to Chimezi Metu to Alex Len, back to Rashawn. Now Trey Lyles is in the equation. Like they know who they are. They know the guys that are going to win them games. I don't really think the playing with the expectation is interesting, but I still feel like
You mean in terms of the players though, not the opponents?
What's in
the players playing?
Yes, the
with
players playing with expectations and
that
how they handle potentially.
I'll give you that.
Being front runners if they are at any point in this season because they've been underdogs their whole time, and they still, as Zach said, in that there's still people who say this team will not make the playoffs. So they still almost do have that
the underdog mentality
feel in the locker room. But if towards the middle or towards the end of this season, they show who we believe they can be, and they are a top 3 seed, how do they then play with those expectations? Because that's where I'll change my tune as well and say, if you make the 3 seed again, you should make the second round. That's where okay, how do you play? How do you handle those level of expectations? That's a whole new world that we haven't even been in yet.
I will give you players playing with pressure.
Yeah.
That I can wrap my head around. The whole sneaking up on people and guys not trying their hardest against you because
sports, I don't think anyone really overlooks anybody for the most, not in the sense that we think of. It's not like people are like, oh, we have this week off.
Well, it's just, and even if you perform great because it was a revenge game, you're going to irritate me because I'm going to think to myself, why didn't you play that same way in the game before and the game after that?
Well, and also me personally, if anything, when I play a bad team, if I'm in my rec league, if I know we're playing a team that's
you're going to ball out, right?
That's where I'm like, oh, okay, cool. This is an opportunity for me to, this is time to go
Elliott. Yeah, for sure. All right, coming up next, more Kings talk. Speaking of pressure, will Herter feel the pressure? He's in the top 100 and the other two guys that you would assume. Plus, we're going to get a time machine going here, Chris. Okay, we're going to get Kyle to get a time machine for us. We're going 3 years into the future. I don't know how. I don't know where. I don't know why, but we're going to do it. That's all coming up next. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael, Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and, and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. Hope you're enjoying your Wednesday. The weekend is closer than the beginning of the week, so congratulations on that. If you're grabbing some lunch or coming back from lunch, we always appreciate your listenership, if you will. Tough to say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Got to make sure you don't swear on the radio. FCC will come calling. We don't want that.
I can't believe I haven't yet. It's honestly American.
I know. Knock on wood. That's one thing. Because
somebody asked me
when
about
that
it
button
the other
turns
day.
on.
Yeah.
There's something in my
like
mind.
It's not actually that hard to not swear. Like it's so far, I should say, and this could definitely be old takes exposed, cold takes exposed at some point really soon. But it feels like, especially when you're on air, you just kind of think about your words a little bit more carefully, and it hasn't really came to the point where I was like, ooh, I was about to say that, and then thankfully I thought about it and didn't. So
he's the non-swearing. He's the non-swearing Chris Watkins.
PG.
I'm the non-swearing Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports 1140. You can call or text the show 916-339-1140. Jump up in the live streaming on YouTube. Just search Sactown Sports. You can vote on the poll. We put up the question: must the Kings make the second round of the playoffs this year? Chris says not. Not life or death. I'm not saying life or death, but I am saying that I think that in terms of progression, you probably need to. Coming up bottom of the hour, Chris, tons of NFL news. Schefter's busy today.
So much.
Did you see that article that Shams or somebody sends out like 9,000 million text messages and emails a day or something?
I saw something about his you know how you can do phone screen time? He said his phone screen time is like something crazy, like 18 hours a day.
Wow.
And it's just
when do you sleep? Is he tweeting in his sleep?
I have no idea.
Getting information in his sleep. But right now, is there any more meat on the bone for that athletic? Or do we need to
there's
move on?
some if we want
what
to.
do you got? Let's go.
Honestly, it's the funnest part. It's the prediction part where he goes through best and worst case scenario and then gives the win-loss over-under.
Okay.
Best case scenario for the Kings, they keep their good fortune with help. Sasha Vezenkov adds even more firepower to the Kings offense, and the Kings win 50-plus games. I would agree. That's probably the best case scenario.
That is the best case
Sasha
scenario.
shows something there, and the Kings actually have even more success in terms of the win total.
Where were we at last year? 46?
48?
48.
48,
Okay.
yeah, I believe. And then worst case scenario for the Kings next year, the offense isn't historic, the defense isn't improved, and the West catches up to the Kings.
Oof.
However, this is where Zach differs from some of our other national colleagues.
Okay.
The West catches up to the Kings by pushing them back towards the play-in.
Okay.
Not out,
Okay.
not into,
All right.
but back towards.
So that would be
Like a
10 would be the worst.
6 or 7 seed. At
He's
worst.
not even in the play-in at
I mean,
all.
he just says
Worst case
pushing them
scenario?
back towards the play-in. Worst
Okay.
case scenario, Zach says, is towards the play-in.
Okay.
And the win-loss over-under is 44.5. Health permitting, I think the Kings are for real, here to stay. The over should be very doable. His prediction is, I'm going with another 48-win season for the Kings with a top 6 finish.
And what did your boy say?
You said
they're going to be the 3
wins.
seed.
I believe you even said 48 wins. And a 3 seed.
Yeah, so that, I mean,
Zach and Zach.
that would be my guess for sure.
Buddies forever.
Team Z.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Man, if I had to go worst case scenario, again, I told you, you could tell me 4, you could tell me 5, you could tell me 6. 6 is my worst. 6 is my worst. Not
6
in
has
the
to-
play.
Yeah, if it's 7, 8, 9, or 10, that's like injury.
And
happened,
11 is
and
just
it's like-
crazy talk.
Yeah, 11 is 11's
Hollinger
worst
talk.
case. That's
Yeah.
That's Domas and Fox out.
You're
going to
need an injury for that to happen.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean,
Serious injury.
I do think that they are one of the teams where it's going to be harder to predict where they are. Again, I do think 3.
For sure.
I mean, because I could see best case scenario, I could go Wilbon on you.
Yeah.
I could go
You
1
could go
seed.
1, yeah.
I could, but I won't. My realistic thing, I think, is 3. And I think worse would be 6, but I do think that they would fluctuate more than the other team. Like, I think the Suns are going to be a top 3 seed.
Right.
I think that the Nuggets are going to be a top 3 seed. I think the Kings are one of few teams where they can fluctuate big time.
Yeah,
I guess
mean,
the
it's
Lakers
so
also,
tough.
health permitting, between Anthony Davis and LeBron James.
Well, it's just tough to differentiate any of these West teams because even last year, it was 3 or 4 games
Separating all of them, yeah.
4 or 5 teams. So these teams are already so even and there's so much random stuff that goes on through the NBA, so many random endings that influence games here and there. And so it's going to come down to the Kings gotta, I was going to say a Magic Johnson almost thing. And the Kings got to win more games than they lose. But no, they really do need to make sure that they get as many positive outcomes as they can, as much as you can control it. They can't have mental lapses. You can't have fourth quarter, 10-point blown leads and things like that. They need to do a really, really good job of when they have a win secured, lock it down. Lock it down and make sure, even if it takes, your guys being out there until 3 minutes left in the game, they need to make sure that they pick up as many wins as possible during this regular season.
All right, let's get to these 2 articles.
Let's do
The
it.
first being The Ringer. Now, the Kings again had 3 people. But by the way, no love at all for Murray. Are we being myopic with Murray? Is it just because we are in the kingdom?
Yeah,
I got it right that
There
time.
you go. I think that there is an element to it for sure. I think a lot of people weren't really paying attention to Keegan Murray, and I think you said earlier, like,
even with the record set,
it's not a sexy game. Like, it's not. He does not play a very enticing game for people who are just
a guy in
casual
like
viewers.
North Dakota probably doesn't have a Keegan Murray jersey.
Probably not, unless.
But he
they're
probably has a
near
jaw
Iowa.
jersey,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, he didn't make the top 100 for
He did
either
not.
list.
I think he might have made like a CBS top 100, like 97 or something
Yeah.
like that. But
Yeah.
in this list we got of
Honorable
course,
mention.
Of course, we have De'Aaron Fox and
Sabonis. That's a
included.
given. A little
De'Aaron's
bit
at
lower for Sabonis.
No, but higher for De'Aaron.
Yes.
So De'Aaron's at 17.
Mhm.
Sabonis is at 24.
And then
you
the
mentioned
third guy,
the
not
third
Harrison
guy.
Barnes.
Not Harrison Barnes. And not the guy I probably would have guessed if you would have just said, and then there's somebody at 91. I probably would have guessed Malik Monk. Not Malik Monk either. Kevin Huerter.
Oh!
Red Velvet.
He's been in the headlines.
I enjoy the fact
Kevin
that they
Huerter.
did. Thank you, Kyle. That is a throwback. I like the fact that they did not really diminish Kevin Huerter for his poor playoffs, because this is again, I've said this countless times. I'm not going to discount Kevin Huerter's 82 games over 7 bad games. Yes, they were bad 7 games, but he's still a player who's more than capable of having impact throughout this season. So, yeah, I like to see Kevin Huerter on this 100 list because I do think Kevin Huerter, when he's going, is definitely one of the 100 best players in the NBA.
You do?
Kevin Huerter.
I do. I really do, especially as a
So
shooter.
why did you say that you would have guessed Monk?
I mean, Malik Monk averaged 19 points a game in that playoff series. I think that people are expecting him to take another leap. This is now back-to-back seasons where, Malik has been a great scorer. I just kind of expected him to be the more flashy player as well. Like, when we're talking national rankings, I expect it to be a bigger name and a guy that has an exciting play style. So I kind of would have assumed it'd be Malik Monk.
Yeah, Whitey, as you know, likes to poke fun.
Yeah,
it's usually good-natured ribbing. Would you call it that?
On air, it's good nature, but then once the mic turns off, he starts to really jab at you.
Yeah, he's kind of cruel to me. I thought he would have been more of like a mentor.
I think
like
that means that he likes you because he does that with Dave too.
Okay, all right,
So
fair
don't
enough.
take it personal.
But he makes fun of me because of Raptor, which is one of the. I'm not an analytics guy.
Yeah.
I'm more of an eye test guy.
I feel like you can't say that though when you say that you like Raptor. Because I have never heard anyone reference Raptor.
But it's the only
so
one. But there's like 9,000 analytic things that you can do.
But you pick one of the most obscure ones.
Yeah, I know, but because it's all encompassing. Anyways, if you look at Huerter during the year, offensively, again, 0 is like you don't do anything bad or good. He was a plus 1.8 during the regular season, and then in the playoffs, he was a negative 2.8.
That
so
sounds about right.
That goes to show you how bad of a playoff series. And we talked about how Domas had a bad playoff series too. But again, a lot of that might have been. Did Huerter make the playoffs with the Hawks?
Yes, with the Hawks. Yeah,
he so he had playoff experience.
He had a crazy game 7 against the Sixers. I want to say.
So he doesn't have an excuse.
No,
and Domas, did he make the first round with Indiana?
He had been in the playoffs a couple different times with Indiana. I believe he also made it a season with OKC. He was a lot younger, but he never had the role that he had.
Gotcha.
Like, he was never as prominently featured like he was in this Kings offense.
I expect those guys to look a lot differently, knock on wood, come playoff time for the Kings.
I would hope so. I mean,
this time around.
I would definitely think that those two feel that as well. I think that they would feel like
I think they got a taste of playoff basketball.
Yeah, for sure.
As I've said numerous times on the airwaves, I have like the majority of the people that I know that like basketball, the way that they rank the NBA is playoffs 1, off season 2, regular season 3. So I think they probably felt that jump between the regular season and the playoffs. All right, coming up next, bottom of the hour, we will discuss a whole ton of NFL news. One guy who's saying some creepily like, I'm going to tell you stuff that I can't say now. Goes back to his original team, some injury updates. We will get all of that. We will put on our Schefter cap, if you will. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're looking at plenty of sunshine for today, light northwest winds, and it's going to run warmer. Expect highs in the upper 80s to about 90 degrees in a few spots, and overnight lows in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Winter's coming, so let's kick off the cold season right and get your heater all tuned up. Now just $79. No matter how cold it gets outside, it will always be warm and toasty inside. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
On December 9th, witness a mind-bending show like no other with The Clairvoyants Holiday Spectacular at Gold Country Casino Resort in Oroville, featuring mind-reading, magic tricks, and illusions, with a special appearance from Mr. Coney Handini, the world's first mind-reading dog. Get your tickets now to see The Clairvoyants live, only at
Gold Country Casino Resort.
Okay, 21 or older.
Cooler temperatures mean it's time to reduce your outdoor water use. Water 1 day per week on Saturday or Sunday from November 1st through February 29th. Learn more about your home's watering schedule at SacWaterWise.com. Get your retirement savings to play ball with your retirement plan. Call Cap Trust today at 916-924-7527 or log on to captrust.com.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing 24/7 lifeguard protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
It's time now for the Silver and Black Report, brought to you by ACR Home Services. For all your roofing and solar needs, visit ACRHomeservices.com. In a game featuring several connections with New England, who would have guessed that it would be Brian Hoyer finishing the game? With 3 stints in New England, Hoyer played the second half for the injured Jimmy G. The 21 points was a season high and the second straight win for Las Vegas. They're now at 500 at 3-3. That's your Silver and Black Report, brought to you by ACR Solar and Home Services. Let ACR Home Services be your one-stop shop for all your home needs, starting with unbeatable roofing services. Right now, get a new roof and receive $1,000 off that roof. So sign up today and save with no payment for up to 12 months. And ACR is more than just a roofing company. Whether it's roofing, solar, electrical work, you name it, when you choose ACR Home Services, you're not just getting a contractor, you're partnering with a team that's invested in your satisfaction. That's ACR Home Services.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines. Good afternoon, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. The Sacramento Kings are facing the Golden State Warriors in preseason game number 4 of 5 tonight in San Francisco. Coverage begins at 5:30 here on Sactown Sports. Tip-off with the G-Man is at 7 o'clock. Game 3 between the Texas Rangers and Houston Astros is at 5 o'clock p.m. today. The Rangers won the first 2 games on the road. The Astros are trying to be the first team in MLB history to come back from losing the first 2 games of a series at home. Game 4 of the WNBA Finals between the Las Vegas Aces and the New York Liberty is tonight at 5 o'clock p.m. If the Aces win tonight, they will be the first back-to-back WNBA champions since 2002. Sacramento State football is back at home this Saturday night for a nationally televised primetime game versus the Montana State Bobcats. Kickoff is at 7:30 p.m., not 3 o'clock, 7:30 p.m. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com. Those are your headlines. Reminder, all guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Now it's time for the final half hour of Chris & Co. here on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. Alongside Chris Watkins, I am Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports 1140. Call or text the show, 916-339-1140. We are live streaming on YouTube. Just search Sactown Sports. You can vote on our poll. We'll give you the final results at the end of this segment, I suppose, because coming up in the next segment, we have crosstalk, handoff, handover, turnover, something like that, with the Drive Guys, Draper and Whitey. That'll be coming up at 1:45. Right now, we're going to get our Adam Schefter on, or do you want my Sacramento story first? You can go either way.
Let's do your Sacramento story first, because I was intrigued by that from the start. I almost forgot about it.
Okay, so my buddy Sean O'Connell, who we had on the program, former MMA fighter, he won $1 million on New Year's Eve, and I did not go in New York City.
Wow.
I could have went ringside and watched him win $1 million. I'm just not. I can't watch my buddy get beat up. Like, I watched all of his fights, like when you watch a scary movie and you watch it through your hands. So anyways, I didn't go, but he won $1 million. But he came up. He's in town for work, and so he drove up to Sacramento, and we went to dinner. And then he's like, well, you want to go out after? And I was like, sure. I go to bed around 10, but it was only like 8:30 or something like that. So I said, so anyways.
I can guarantee you it wasn't a good sight. Sacramento 8
Tuesday
p.m.
night.
on a Tuesday.
Yeah. So anyways,
I just best work.
I was like, I don't really know the area well. I suppose I could have texted you and asked you for a suggestion, but I just went on whatever maps and I just did sports bar or club or whatever. Anyways, I found myself in a district that I didn't find that I didn't know existed out here.
Okay.
And let's just say I had a lot of fun with some very colorful people singing karaoke.
Gotcha.
We only stay for about a half hour, 45 minutes. I can tell you in the break, but it was fun.
Karaoke on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm trying to think.
If you say the name, I can confirm it because I'll remember it.
Depot?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Anyways, we'll talk about more in the break.
Okay.
Let's just say it was a very interesting night.
Okay.
And we had a ball. We had fun. But right now, let's put on our
faces.
Maybe
that would be incredible.
I don't know. I'll have to ask my buddy the exact names, but I'll tell you more in the break. But right now, let's put on our Adam Schefter hat, shall we? Oh, we even have Adam.
Dog.
You think Adam Schefter goes to bed to this?
No, I don't.
You don't?
He doesn't sleep.
Oh yeah, he doesn't sleep. That's a good point.
He hibernates.
That's a good point. But we have news all around the NFL, and let's start with the one, the only Miami Dolphins. Jalen Ramsey officially activated. Now he's not going to He's not going to play. What do you mean about time? He just tore his knee a week ago.
Time.
But could he make a difference for one of the few 5-1 teams, Chris? Big deal or no big deal?
I would think that this has potential to be a big deal because I think the Dolphins defense is the thing where if their defense could get better, and I'm not saying Jalen Ramsey is capable of being a guy who completely, turns I would say they're a good, not great, not overwhelming defense, but if he can turn them into one of those things, if he can turn them from good to great, yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been in his time one of the best corners in the NFL. Obviously, is a little bit older nowadays and isn't quite the lockdown guy that he used to be. But I think you've got a nice little some secondary there, and I definitely could see
Xavier
Ramsey.
Howard.
Yeah, exactly.
They added
Howard.
Chubb from the Broncos last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicholas Chubb. Bradley Chubb. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's potential for that Dolphins defense. They've got some playmakers. They've just got to kind of put it together. Because
hold the opponent to what? 25 and you're good?
20 and you're good.
25, 30 range and you're good? Yeah. I mean, I think he's a little bit older, not quite the – I'll always remember him. Is he the original Brinks truck guy? Is that why we say Brinks truck?
Oh, no, that's definitely not why we say it, but he might have been the first. He actually brought a Brinks truck to
Brinks truck in Jacksonville.
Was great.
That was amazing.
He took it to another level.
That was insane.
You say Jalen Ramsey, all I think of is a Brinks truck. But you're saying he's not the first one to bring that phrase.
No,
that's not why we do it.
No. I've heard the term back up the Brinks truck for a while.
Brinks trucks haven't really been a big thing since the 90s, I feel like. I've seen them before, but you don't really see them.
Definitely in the movie, what's the movie that takes place in Boston with Ben Affleck?
I knew you were going to say that.
I knew I wouldn't have an answer. Hometown or something
Yeah, this is
such a good movie.
Isn't it The Town?
Kyle's just The Town. There you go. Boom, you nailed it.
I have no idea what you're talking
I haven't seen it. I knew it was a thing.
Wait, is that the movie Joe Mazzulla was watching 4 times a day or something?
Or so he claimed.
I think it was
to make himself popular with Boston. But anyways, Jalen Ramsey back in practice. That's where we started with all that. Also, as you love to talk about your fantasy team,
I do.
Kyler Murray. Back at practice for Arizona, leaving up the window for him to be activated within the next month.
Interesting.
Big deal, no big deal.
I would say no big deal just because the Cardinals don't really have any aspirations of winning, I wouldn't think. But it will be good to see Kyler back. It'll be interesting to see how they're going to address their quarterback situation moving forward. Will they try and trade Kyler Murray by the deadline? Obviously, that's on Halloween, so not much time to get that done. But a lot of talk about whether the Cardinals are going to look for a quarterback in this year's draft. And, you know, the Kyler Murray thing's been up and down. I don't think anyone really has a definitive answer on how good Kyler Murray is in terms of, like, the franchise quarterback rankings. It'll be interesting for sure. He's a great player when he plays, but I don't know if that Arizona Cardinals situation is anywhere close to a winning one.
Well, we talked about how pesky they can be, and if they do bring him back, and yeah, I mean, they're in a weird situation where it's almost like they're looking for possibly getting a franchise quarterback in next year's draft when you just paid Kyler Murray franchise money. So, I mean, so what do you do there? Do you trade that pick? That's what the Bears did last year because they thought they had their quarterback in Fields.
I wouldn't. I think if you have a top pick like that, you should definitely use it on some young talent. And again, having those guys on rookie deals is almost a cheat code. So I personally would try and stay young. I would explore the Kyler Murray market. Maybe you can get some additional first-round picks for him. That's the route I would go. Again, I don't think the Cardinals are anywhere near, especially with the Niners kind of being the class of that division and the Rams and Seahawks still being pretty good themselves. I would look more for the future timeline for the Cardinals if I'm them. I don't think there's any reason to look for here and now is the time to really go for it all.
More NFL news, and I just want to bring this news up. Not big headline news, but Mecole Hardman back to the Chiefs. I want to bring it up just because I like the drama. Yeah. And he tweeted out on October 11th, as he was a member of the New York Jets at the time. Yes. I can't wait till I get a chance to really tell y'all what I really want to tell y'all. And this don't got nothing to do with my current situation either. Now, I have no idea what that means. Yeah. I don't know if he's even talking about football. But I'll tell you what, I'm on the edge of my seat for whenever Hardman can tell us what he can't tell us right now.
I'm just excited that the Chiefs got a receiver that
you can name.
I can name. I've seen him before.
Yeah. Don't sleep on Sky Moore.
I will continue to sleep on Sky Moore.
Okay, fair enough.
I didn't love Mecole Hardman either, but it's at least a dangerous weapon that Mahomes has used before. And, you know, he's had explosive nights in the past, and I think that's a big thing that the Chiefs have kind of been missing out on. You know, obviously without Tyreek Hill, they don't have that over the top kind of threat, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling was supposed to be that guy.
He's not walking through that door.
He has not developed that rapport with Patrick Mahomes like he had with Aaron Rodgers. So at the very least, it's a deep threat that Patrick Mahomes is familiar with and that we can at least hopefully say is a receiver we can name on this Chiefs team, because that's been their Achilles heel all year. And I'm really glad that they at least – this is somewhat acknowledging the problem. I still think that they should look to probably bring somebody else in. I remember hearing, you know, when the season was starting, you know, guys like Mike Evans are out there available to be gotten. So that's an ongoing developing thing I want to see. How will the Chiefs try and address this non-domination that they've kind of been going through this year? I mean, it definitely feels like they've taken a step back to more normal NFL team and not this big juggernaut team that they felt like in the past.
Still 5-1.
Still 5-1.
Patrick Mahomes in a tier by himself of guys that can do it with literally no names. He loses the best wide receiver arguably in the league in Tyreek Hill and does not miss a beat. Coming up next, time to chat with the Drive guys. I'm a Drive guy, so we will check in with Draper and Whitey. We will do that next. Chris Watkins, Zakariah, Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
I'm Ebony Loren, and Febrez's new scent, Soothe and Restore, is so good I wrote a song about it.
I know just what I do. Febreze has my favorite scent. Makes the perfect environment. Sweet like sugar, smooth shea butter. What could be better than being with each other now? Breathe happy for free. La, 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 la.
It's the model year-end sales event at Acura of Stockton.
Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain. As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
This is Dr. Pamela Maida, a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
Children especially benefit from arch supports as a sturdy and supportive foundation for their developing feet. If your kids have pain, then I recommend Youth Arch Supports from the Good Feet store.
Youth Arch Supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain in the feet, knees, hip, or back. If your child is physically active with sports, clubs, or even on the playground, they may benefit from the comfort and support found in Good Feet Youth Arch Supports.
I firmly believe that investing in Youth Arch Supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make to support their feet.
See how Youth Arch Supports can help with a free arch support fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Actual Pi customer.
As a small business, we're always looking for ways that we can offer the quality product and get some cost savings.
Meet Michelle from J.J. Pfister Distilling Company, a small business in California. When looking for workers' comp coverage tailored to the company's needs, she discovered Pi Insurance.
We heard about Pi Insurance being geared for a small business, gave Pi a call, and ended up switching.
Is your small business overpaying for workers' comp insurance? See how much you could save at trypi.com. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate, so your workers' comp audit experience is simplified.
We saved about 30% off of our workers' comp insurance when we switched to Pi.
It's as easy as pie to get the savings you deserve. What are you waiting for? Ask your agent for Pi. Or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Bring smiles to all when shopping online with Dell Technologies Gift Guide. Whether it's for the artist, the entrepreneur, the student, or the streamer, you'll find the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Dell.com/gift guide makes gifting easy with a carefully curated selection of our best tech. Shop now to explore our innovative PCs like the XPS 13 laptop, powered by the latest Intel Core processors, plus this season's top accessories. Visit Dell.com/gift guide today to get a jump on your holiday gift list. That's Dell.com/gift guide.
It's time for the Fall Haul at Northern Tool and Equipment. Get your hands on tough tools at prices that are tough to ignore. Got plans? Cancel them. Trucks in the shop? Borrow someone else's. Don't like saving money? Right. So head to the Fall Haul at Northern Tool. Stock up at the season's biggest event and get huge savings on brands like Milwaukee, Honda, and Ingersoll Rand. Shop at northerntool.com. We're made for this.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to the newest technology with a low payment. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. Alongside Chris Watkins, I am Zakariah. Coming up top of the hour, these guys, the Drive guys, Drapes, Whitey, 2 to 6. You guys have a full show? You're not stealing money today, are you?
No, you're stealing money, baby. We are stealing money.
Man, what are you getting?
We got Kings game tonight.
We got Kings tonight.
Yeah,
how can I?
Got game night.
That's a 15-yarder.
Yeah.
We got most of his shows, Eister. Just not quite the whole.
He stole my dad's nickname. Drapes, you're in magenta today.
Is that what this is?
Yeah.
I thought it was fuchsia or something like that. You know,
like that magenta.
You know what? I woke up in a bad mood today.
Really?
I was a little down.
Okay.
We got a game. I'm not broadcasting it. You know, I was living a high life the other night. I was on the call for the game, so I'm like, yes, this is it. Now I got to go home and watch NBA TV. The Warriors crew to announce that tonight, and so I'm just a little ornery today.
Whitey, do the Kings play anybody other than the Warriors?
Nope.
No,
okay.
Just them.
So there's just two teams in the league?
And then for at least half of the regular season.
Okay. No, because what
it's
was
much like
it?
baseball.
10 of 14?
I think it was 12 of 17. 12 of their last 17 games. By the time they
Preseason
play
playoffs
them,
and regular season.
the second game, November 1st, will be the 12th time in the last 17 games the Kings have played the Warriors.
Wow.
Ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense.
It's watering down the rivalry, I think, for me for a little bit, right?
Oversaturation.
Yeah, it's like, by the time we get to, the home opener, it's like, and I know Draymond hasn't played, and we haven't seen Steph yet and all that, but it's like,
these guys again.
Yeah, right. All my prep work is done. I already know this squad.
Do you guys? There was a lot of talk yesterday at practice about the rivalry, and Malik. Excuse me. Malik Monk was talking a lot yesterday about how he would embrace the Warriors-Kings rivalry. Do you guys feel like, it's kind of a classic conversation, but like, does it have to be a two-way thing, or like, do the Kings have to beat the Warriors at some point in order for it to be a rivalry, or do you feel like it's justified? And I know this was a big conversation during the playoffs as well.
To me, just real quick, the Lakers and Kings was a great rivalry, and the Kings didn't quite finish them off. But that was a real rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
It really was.
Yeah, I think this one, just because it's California, right? Yeah. There's probably something embedded in it. But in turn, I don't really get like, I guess a little bit because there were a lot of Warriors fans at the game on Sunday. But I don't really, I don't feel like Kings fans feel like, oh, the Warriors are coming. Like this is like a bigger game.
Yeah, it's off to a good start as far as rivalries go, but we got to wait.
Yeah, game 7 in the playoffs.
I don't know, man. I think
there's no hatred.
When we talk about the Kings' biggest rival right now,
it's got to be them, right?
I think the Warriors have supplanted the Lakers. I think they've overtaken the Lakers.
They did have Draymond and Sabonis getting into it last year.
Sabonis.
There's some real stuff.
And it's not just about what happens on the floor. I'm talking about the fan bases hate each other right now. Neighbors hate each other right now. Like the media, hate each other, to an extent.
There's some back and forth.
And so to me, it's their biggest rival right now.
Yeah, one of my buddies lives in Roseville, and he's a Warriors fan, and his wife is a Kings fan, and they have an 8-year-old son, and he's got multiple hats. He doesn't know what to do because I was talking to him, just me and him, and I'm like, so who do you actually root for? And he said Kings, but I didn't tell his dad that. His dad would have been upset.
Smart kid.
But anything taken out in terms of the suspense because Duarte is going to be out for the rest of the preseason? Because I was interested to see what the starting lineup was going to be.
Yeah, I think it is. Because with Duarte being out, that was the big storyline for the Kings, right? Who's going to start? Who's going to, now that he's out, and Mike Brown talked about it yesterday, not only is he out in the preseason, he's missing practice time, too.
Yeah, that's good.
So you got to imagine opening night, Kevin Huerter would have the inside track. So that whole storyline, I'm sure we'll talk about it coming up here for the next few hours, but it sort of, fizzles out to me.
Right.
The biggest storyline that I'm looking at is Sasha going to show up?
Sasha.
And I understand now why Mike Brown says he might not be in the rotation. He hasn't necessarily earned that spot yet, has not looked good, I don't think, in the preseason so far. And so these last 2 games, to me, it's all about Sasha.
Yeah.
Well, you guys covering the Kings way more than I have over the past couple of years, at least last year. Did Mike Brown put as much emphasis on defense last year as he has been doing in this offseason? Because
he tried to.
He tried.
Right. He did.
So
he's talking about it just
Brown
as much.
problem.
Okay. Because right now he's talking about he's telling people you're going to play only 2 spots guaranteed, whatever. We can talk about that. But he's saying specifically, you don't bring it on the defensive end, you're not playing.
Yeah.
No, I think we're seeing a little bit more public Mike Brown talk, but it was always part of, look at the lineups that he tried out there.
Right? Started the first 2 games, and it was not because of his overall game.
Right. Yeah. Kessler Edwards, as soon as he's traded, first game, he's in the starting lineup. We're like, what? So he's always been preaching it. Yeah. But I think, even more so this year, he knows he has to get through to his team somehow if they want to get to where they want to be.
Yeah. And the quickest way to get through to players is playing with their minutes, and they'll receive that message loud and clear.
And people forget he's a defensive guy. LeBron
absolutely.
James talks about how when he came to Cleveland, how much he changed their defensive identity, and then he went to the Lakers. That didn't work out so well, and then he's been with the Warriors, and the Warriors are not known for their defense necessarily. So, but people forget at his core, he's a defensive guy.
Yeah. There's only so much he can do. It's really hard to have a really good defensive team if you don't have a lot of good defenders. Kings have some. They don't have a lot of good defenders. So, for Mike Brown, it's got to be driving him a little batty.
And if you're Sasha, don't worry about your jump shot. You know what I mean?
Right.
Worry about playing D.
Worry about playing
if you want to get on the court, worry about sitting down. As I learned, have you heard that term? I played basketball my whole life. Mm-hmm. Sitting down on defense.
I think
like sit down in your defensive stance.
Yeah. Sure. No, okay, hang on. You phrased that differently.
I've heard
that's what it is.
I've heard. No, but he said just sitting down. He said sitting down on defense. I don't know. I never heard it phrased like that. I don't know.
Maybe he just means sitting down in the defensive stance. That's what he's talking about.
Always getting low.
Yeah, you sit down
up against the wall. You got to stay up there. I've done all those drills,
right.
but I've just never heard it as sitting down.
Right on defense, you can't slide your feet. You can't move. You can't get in front of your defender. Yeah,
I never worried about it, but I heard it.
Are you guys going to get into how long it takes for other NFL quarterbacks to make what Purdy makes in a full year?
Yes, because that's one area in which Brock Purdy clearly, without question, unequivocally is number one in the league, right?
That's
He's
what I
best
say.
Bargain.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will continue to say he is the most valuable player in the NFL.
No, he's a good bargain. He's like the Walmart of NFL quarterbacks.
He's like the Dollar Tree.
Yeah, the Dollar Tree of, you go there before you go to the movies. You don't want to pay $8 for candy. You go get the expired knockoff candy at Dollar Tree.
It's like if you go to Nordstrom's and it's a Dollar Tree.
You took it too far.
This is the problem. Is people bash on Dollar Tree, but it's got the same exact stuff as your Safeway and your Rayleigh's and all that. It's just $1.
You're getting a little personal there.
Hey man, I take my Dollar Tree. Okay, don't disrespect Dollar Tree. 99-cent store, sure.
I was surprised at how many quarterbacks he listed. It doesn't take a game to make what he makes.
There's 22 quarterbacks.
22.
Who in a single game check will make more money than Brock Purdy makes in a single year.
Dan Jones.
Daniel Jones is a big one.
Danny Dimes.
Yeah, Danny Dimes was a big one. Even Bryce Young makes more in a game than Brock Purdy.
And then as you guys talked about, it's also funny we talk about Brock Purdy's not making anything. He's making almost $1 million.
Yeah, I know.
$870,000.
He's paying
Trump
bills.
change, you know?
Yeah.
It's just roughing it out there.
All right, well, coming up next for how many hours? What do we got?
3.5.
Oh, that's pretty much a full show.
Kyle also set up Matt Barnes to join us.
Yes, Matt Barnes coming up. Yeah, our guy.
Stay tuned for that.
They had all the smoke live show this weekend with Mike.
Did you go? I didn't go. I didn't make
go.
It out
no, I really
Bibby.
wanted to make it out there, but I couldn't. I made it to the J Will one. It was a really, really cool event.
Was it?
Yes, I would definitely recommend it. Urban Roots is so good. I would just recommend Urban Roots in general.
Chris will be back mañana from 10 to 2, and I will be back next week. But coming up next, we got the drive, guys. We got drapes in magenta or fuchsia, depending on, put that on the poll, Kyle. Is he wearing magenta or fuchsia?
For 20 seconds?
No, for their show, not this show. For Chris Watkins, for Kyle Ledbetter, I've been Zakariah. I still am Zakariah, but I've been over the past 4 hours Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports, 1140.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
All new spring deals are here